from the retrace that we made yesterday, we're basically at the midpoint of that. If I don't know how to describe this without visuals really, but if you if you say, okay, we went down 1,200 points, we went back up, 800 of those, and now we're back down like 400. So like when you think about that like a big wave and it's kind of smoothing out, or you throw a rock in a pond and it makes that big wave, and then the wave kind of gets smaller and smaller and smaller. That's the market starting to consolidate and figure out which direction it's going to go next. I feel like we're in that spot where at some point today we may test both sides a few times. It may be a little whippy, but I think there's going to be some good opportunity, and it may be the next day or two if you're looking for bigger picture direction. It may be another couple days before anything is clear. So that's kind of my general thoughts of where we're at going into this Tuesday morning session here.
Love it, Em. The midpoint of the midpoint of the midpoint, huh?
Yeah, I know, and I know it kind of sounds funny at times, and it's
No, but
like,
it's so true because price is fractal, and it's always
yeah,
it's
you get a
it's it's
retrace
price
of
inside of price.
some of my best trades come from, and I'm kind of curious what Smooth sees when he looks at some of this stuff, because I feel like the harmonic stuff it's
Very
like
similar.
a pattern within a pattern.
Exactly.
Um, like if you think about like a W or an M, it's like the middle of that is like it's a retrace of a retrace,
Exactly, yeah.
or a counter trend of a counter trend. Which sounds funny, but that's where my best trades happen. Is when you get some kind of clear. To me, once we broke certain levels, and then you could see within the price action on Friday that things were things were not wanting to bounce. They were wanting to continue. That there was kind of some panic. I don't know if you want to call it panic selling. It was more of a rush to take profits, right? Like we've had a good time at the bar. Let's see if we can. Or you're at the, have you ever been to a sporting event and you're there. It's late fourth quarter. It looks like your team's got the game in the bag. Maybe they get a one final big stop. They haven't nailed the clock out yet, but you're like, hey, let's get to the parking lot and try to beat traffic a little bit. That's kind of what Friday looked like to me. And I see Frank's listening down there. Frank was kind of a big help, and he was a little bit of a word of reason in my ear on that, and I was kind of talking it out. And I was going, okay, this is hey, let's try to beat traffic and get out the door a little bit here. And I think that's kind of what was happening Friday. And then, like I said, now you know you bounce back on that a little bit, and yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at. Big move down, retrace it, retrace the retracement. Now I'm kind of just waiting to see what comes next.
No,
But
wait and
I'm
see.
so excited to wake up, not an all time high. I'm telling you, I didn't. Usually I did. I wake up and I like turn on the shower and like sit there and like just try to like you know gain my senses for a little bit. Which I have a newborn, so I have an excuse, I guess, in some ways. But this morning I was like turned on the shower, jumped straight in, was like, okay, let's see what this market wants to do today. We're not
Yep.
just grinding away from, yeah, it's I've said it on this show many times. I do not like trading all-time highs. My long-term stuff loves it, of course. That's great. But from a trading perspective, you get me in between a couple ranges where it's going back and forth, testing which way it wants to go, auctioning off an area, as Gov eloquently says it. I love let's auction off some areas, like back and forth, play some ping pong.
Yeah, I mean, trading is like it's trading both ways to the upside and the downside. And it's like I couldn't agree more. As like, I mean, every time that we kind of say is like, well, at least my long-term account benefited. Well, I had 7 trades this week. It's like, so you're not actively trading the future, but you are, but you are learning how to trade a trend up market. So we did learn how to do that. So now let's mix some damn things up again, and let's like trade a little bit of downside, and let's look for new levels and expand ranges. So now, yes, actually, I'm looking forward to today. I'm waiting to see how the bonds respect this market here. because now we've essentially given up the gains from yesterday. So I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, gonna be a fun day.
I think. Do we have any? What sort of data do we have today? I haven't even looked.
I Fed Powell speaking in middle of lunch. That's it. That's
Oh
all I
my
got.
God, how boring!
So just another reason to not trade through the lunch hour for me personally.
I don't. You know what? When it comes 10:30 Central, I pretty much I lighten up significantly. So I mean,
Yeah,
most of my trades come in the first 2 hours of the day, and
agreed.
if they don't come about, I typically will reduce size, and I don't press it. I don't after that I don't press it because the volume just falls off a cliff, and you can't, the flows, you can't read the flows as well. So I typically just totally back off, and I shift more into observation mode. Doesn't mean I don't participate in a trade. When I see if I see setup, I will participate.
Of
But
course,
but
yeah.
anything kind of in the midstream, I really don't. I'm looking for moves that can yield me. I mean, I'm looking for minimum 10, 12 point moves to justify taking the, 3 points of risk or something. I mean, that's my gig, and I stick to that. I really don't. If I end up taking only 4, 5, or 6 points out of a trade, well, that was just because it's like, I mean, I'm I'm still trading the market and I'm managing my risk, but maybe the market had other ideas, and I'm okay with that. So to other people, it could
Yep.
view that I basically just scalp the market. I don't scalp the market. If the perception is that, I did it by accident. I mean, if I see it, if I look at a level that I'm not interested to add on to a level higher or add on to a level lower, um, maybe the market doesn't want that much. It's not going to yield that much. So I will just go on and take my small points, and I will wait for the market to settle, and I'll look for just another read. I'll continue looking for more information to provide me, a higher odds trade.
Yep. Love that. Yeah, we got Fed Powell at 12:20. Going into the open, I would love to see us get into these previous 4-hour candle highs where I have that's the area I would look for us to potentially get short unless the market tells me different, but I have to think rejection into that area as of now, which is 749.25 on NQ. That whole area up to 897 is going to be the zone for sells for me. Of course, if we end up running through that on this bigger time frame on the 4-hour, then my thoughts are going to change from that area. But as of now, got to think that's rejection. But I think we can trade up to that, which is from here to there. It's about 100 points to that area, so plenty of opportunity to capitalize the upside there.
Yeah, I'm looking at basically we've got this 6705, 6710. The Bulls need it back above that.
Mhm.
The Bears would like it
I
below
could be wrong, and
this.
we just drill for sure. But I'm
Yeah,
for
we can
me,
always
if I want to get short this, I have to get short up
What
there.
was that
So
level, Gov?
6705, 6710. I think above.
Yes.
I think that's kind of the level. If the market wants to rotate higher for bulls, I think that's the line in the sand. And I think this little poke into this, basically we're right at the 66 even area, you know. I mean, I think that's the area. I think that's the over under for the downside.
yeah,
So I think so, guys, it's like there's a reason why the market trades around these even numbers. I mean, those are big option gamma gex levels. So that the market rotates around those round numbers. So I'm just viewing it as like market basically for lower needs to get below 6,600 for a nice drive down to go retest the 6540 area, which is the low print from Friday. And I think if it gets below 6,500, there's a chance to go revisit 6428 area. So that's what I'm looking at. Right now, I see as we open, I think we're kind of, basically we just kind of came off that 66 even area. I mean, roughly 6607. It's like I'm gonna let, chances are this could be the type of day that I'm gonna let the first hour to kind of pan out to see, let it define its opening range, let it define its initial balance, and those are key areas that a lot of people look at. and I want to see how those areas are respected. Otherwise, we are smack dab. If you look to the left of your chart, we're in this area, and this is an area 6,600 to 6,700 that does need to be auctioned. This is a relatively low volume area, especially at the lower part of this profile. So this needs to be auctioned. So I'm happy to trade both sides of that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here.
I don't look at moving averages on the futures a whole lot, but it is interesting on the current contract. Yes, the exact bottom wick today was the 50-day moving average.
Was it really? Okay. I don't have them on my charts either.
I look at them on SPX and NDX and all those way, 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 way more, but
That's more
I'll look at
credible.
a yeah, I'll look at a 9 and a 21. It's just because things trade differently, right? I'll look at a 9 and 21 a little bit on the NQES, but I did just flip over here just to kind of take a look, and we closed the candle on Friday. The close of that candle was on the 50-day moving average, and then today this low that we just made at 6606, that area, that wick is exactly on the 50-day moving average for yes. Just maybe a small piece of confluence to put on your chart.
Yeah. So if we opened right now, we're down 57 points. Subtract out 57 against that SPX 6654. We're straddling the 6600 area. So we're straddling that area.
Did
So
get in a little bit of a long about 10 minutes ago on NQ.
yeah, I haven't even looked at the NDX chart. I'll look at that.
Amp you're long?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm with you.
I just want to see
Been
if
in
this
it
can
though.
push back up another 50 points or so into the open. I would love for
Uh,
that to happen in the next 15 minutes. We did get some news. CRM, I think, has an event today. They had a little bit of a news thing a while ago. I don't have it in front of me, but then AMD also had another positive news with Oracle. I think Larry Ellison said something just for uh
yeah,
just for
I'm
those that pay
looking.
attention.
I just think into 10 o'clock, which is generally that manipulation time that I look for. I think it's very likely we manipulate into this 4 hour order flow. Whether or not we run through it or respect it, I don't need to know. I just think into 10 o'clock or into the open, we do rebalance to that. So I like the longs into there, into that 750, 749.
I'll
And
say
then if
this.
you go ahead,
Uh,
Dan.
yeah, no, thanks, Gav. I was just going to say, VIX being this elevated, things will overshoot your levels. Things will move a little bit further. You don't need a ton of
Very
Bingo.
size
true.
either. So go
Yep.
ahead.
Bingo. If you look at NDX, kind of looking, the line in the sand for that is 24,500 down below, kind of a 30, 40 point range there. And above here is roughly the 24, 750, 770 area, yesterday, which is high area from yesterday. So people in the audience, you hear us talk a lot, but we lean heavily on the RTH indices, the regular trading hour indices, the SPX, NDX, because you're going to provide the best thing you can do for yourself is one, have volume profile up, understand that, and you can just delete all the damn lines and indicators on your chart and go, and you could see the concentration of levels. It is clear as a bell on NDX, the 24 500 to 540 area, clear as a bell there. And then you could see above the 25 4 750 770 area. So we're trapped in this little area here. So for bears, truly need to get below that 24 500 and go revisit back into, so that kind of corresponds to roughly the overnight lows in the NQ, exactly at that level. So when I actually drew like I have a little drawing, a little circle, like before we got on, that the NQ was actually right at that level there. So I can see below that to test back into 24 to 25 area, and that would be the lows from Friday. And then you could see the void, the lack of anything below that for another 250 points down to 24,000 in NDX. So anyway, So nobody wants to lose money on their long-term accounts. Hedges are in place, and there's quite a few people that are still, I'm kind of guessing, that are still kind of over leveraged, kind of with that continued dip, buy the dip mentality that has pushed us up to this extent. And, and they didn't have a sufficient hedge on. It's like my hedge is always just on the cash side, having 30 to 40% cash keeps me nimble. It reduces the total number of positions I have in my equity accounts, but they're more concentrated with a lot of the high quality names that we all want to own longer term. So that puts me in a position where I have clarity that if I'm able to buy those back at better prices, I'm okay doing that because I'm in a nice position, and those positions are already up a huge amount. So I end up giving back 20, 30% on that position, but I buy the prices back at 30, 40% where it was trading in the previous week. I can handle that, but I'm going to make sure I kind of have a healthy amount of cash to kind of react. And I have stops in those positions. So I'm not gonna if I'm up 100, 80% on a trade over the last year, equity trade, I have stops. I mean, I definitely have stops in, but the stops will simply they could bail me out of the position, but that stop triggers me into alert status of like, okay, you weren't about to, like, if the market really massively corrects, I wasn't going to give away 70, 80% of gains. The stop simply got me out to reassess. Do I want to buy back here? Forces me to step back and look at how the market is currently trading compared to the previous week or the previous month. So that's where stops are really healthy because if you learn to respect them, you're listening, you're paying attention to what the market is telling you. You don't have to understand everything going on with the market because a lot of times we don't. We find out after the fact. So stops help you. So
Yeah, a must.
I need more coffee.
I haven't had coffee in like 3 weeks, Guff.
Really? What's up? What's up with that? What's up with that?
I just don't need it.
It's okay as long as you
I'm
didn't.
too jittery at such a young age, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have my couple cups, but by 10 o'clock, I don't have anything. I don't have any caffeine, and I also don't drink any soda products. I don't. There's
There were
no
a few
caffeine.
reasons, but uh, what I think is just so bad is I'm 22 and I can't sit here and film a video on my phone without my hand just shaking. I don't think that's good. So,
Yeah, that can be problematic.
yeah, so I kicked that. Yeah, I don't need it.
That's good for you. Good for you.
And I
That
feel
was
10 times better, I will say, after the 3 days of going through hell.
Man, that is rough, I'll tell you, because whenever I, was pregnant, so I wouldn't have caffeine while I was pregnant, and I was pregnant and trying to have babies and everything. I went for years and years and years of either getting back on caffeine or getting off caffeine, and, it is a rough detox. I mean, I've done a lot of different kinds of detoxes before,
I don't get
but
headaches, and I finally
getting
got
off the
headaches. I
caffeine is
finally got headaches. I've never you've never heard me say I have a headache. No,
yeah,
until
no, it
now.
gives you a severe, like someone is driving a sword through your head all the way down the top part of your back. I mean, it's a brutal, like, migraine. It's terrible. It's a terrible headache.
We're good now, though. Feeling good
Yep.
now.
I feel for you. I saw that you did that when I was watching, when I saw on X. I was very impressed that you were able to do that. So you can do any other detox if you've detoxed off caffeine.
Right? That's what I think.
I think
The
I think I think Tanny needs to tell us some stories.
Well, so I did that 86-hour fast. I don't know if anybody saw
oh
that on X.
damn.
I did Dana White's 86-hour fast. Yes, where all I had was water, sugar-free electrolytes, and kettle bone broth. And you don't have very much of that at that either. But
I
and
need to try
I
one of
did great
those.
with it. I felt phenomenal when I was done, and I thought it was going to be a lot harder than it was. But I intermittent fast. I usually stop eating by about 6:30 or 7 every day, and I don't eat again until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. So because I intermittent fast so much, I think my body went into, ketosis very easily, and
Oh yeah,
so
for
I
sure.
didn't have a huge problem with it.
Yeah.
But it was awesome. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago that I did it.
Oh, nice. That was recent. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have some crazy stories, Gov.
I do a
I
water
thought
I
I
do a
had
water
crazy stories until I met Pax.
What was
My
that?
stories have
touche.
cannot hold a candle to Pax's stories.
Yeah, yeah. Matt's got some good stories. The funniest thing, Matt. I mean, I mean, Matt can cuss like the ugliest of women. I'm telling you. And
Oh,
he
these guys have some mouths on them for sure.
and all of a sudden he'll talk about like, hey, Dan and Lee, Nara Smooth. You remember when we were like listening to him? And it's like, and you guys know I know the guy pretty well. All of a sudden he's cussing like there's no tomorrow. And all of a sudden he starts talking about, all right, well, now I need to go to mass. Now I need to go say the rosary to my group of 300 people. And I'm
Yes.
like dying. I was like, oh my God, this is like,
Yes.
uh,
That's what Pax was like. He was saying to me, he was like, "Oh, Tammy, now that you're, with me, I'm going to try to not cuss as much and da 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 da." And I said, "Listen, I'm from South Georgia. Okay, I mean, I grew up with my father and all my uncles, using all the words, watching Georgia football with them. In addition to the fact that they were pretty big bourbon drinkers, so." Um, I don't don't stop cussing on my account.
yeah.
Oh, but funny. I mean, geez.
Well, you know what? Most guys that if you survived the trading floors and actually made a healthy living for yourself, people, there's all sorts of ugly stories. When you're on that path of making a healthy living, because you definitely had days where you were facing massive losses and
Oh, yes.
massive. You guys are of a mind, massive mental trauma that you needed to cope with and figure out a way to manage it.
Well, that was
So
what's interesting is whenever they tell a story, a lot of times it's like, "Oh yeah, he's dead, died of a heart attack. Oh yeah, he's dead, drug overdose. Oh yeah, he's dead, alcoholism." Like just so
Yeah,
many
the Wall
people
Street
that
boys have it
did
rough. Yeah.
didn't make it through. They
Yeah.
they didn't make it. So um I'll tell you, I really wish that I had had the opportunity to see what things were like back then, because I think, obviously, I mean, I know, not think, that when you have that level of experience, it's a whole different, your brain understands the market in a completely different way that, those of us that didn't get the experience will never even really know about. I mean, that's the thing with Carolyn Baroden, my mentor who does the Fibonacci, who's the Fibonacci queen, has been doing it over 40 years. She used to do this work by hand, like all of it by hand, hand and calculator. So, I sometimes feel like her level of, the way her brain works I won't get there because I've not done it that way, but um, it's just something to be respected and admired for people that have been around long enough that have been able to see things that we'll never get to see. And you're one of those people, Gov. Like you, you were on the floor. You got to see that. That's amazing.
yeah,
Oh
there's
yeah, he
some
made it
pretty.
out alive.
Yeah,
He made it out alive. He's here to talk about it.
I'm here to talk about it. Yeah.
All right, well, 10 minutes till this open.
Well,
And
Walmart
guys, I'm
just
about to
partnered with
hop. Oh, sorry.
OpenAI. So I've been telling you guys that Walmart
Oh
is an
boy.
AI tech company, and you guys didn't believe me, but there it is.
And guys, I'm gonna jump, but
No
I
worries,
hope
Tammy.
everybody has a great rest of the day, and I will see all of you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Have a
Sounds
great
Bye
good.
bye.
day, great
Take,
Have a
week.
great day.
take care,
Thanks.
Tammy.
Bye bye.
All right, boys. The ladies are gone.
When is
Let's
when is
open this market.
OpenAI partnering with Ligurity? That's what I really want to know.
Oh,
They've partnered with everyone else at this point.
so you said they're partnering with Walmart,
With Walmart.
and so you've been talking about Walmart as a tech company.
Yeah, like I just love Walmart as the company, the company or whatever. I kind of have to, being from Arkansas. It's like it's part of our contract for just growing up there. But
Oh, okay.
But I facetiously joke that about Walmart all the time, even though I do really I'm a very long Walmart. And I like the stock, but the I don't know. It's funny. I always joke about everything's a tech company, and Walmart trades at a higher multiple than Nvidia.
How did you even get to Mexico? What's the story
My
there?
wife's from here.
Okay, but that's still quite a move. So you met your wife in college or something, or on vacation?
No, it was later on. She had family in Arkansas that she was visiting. That's how we ended up meeting.
Oh, okay.
And then we lived up there for a few years. And then right before my second son was born, we moved down here. 3 years this month actually.
Very cool. So it was actually the Brewers Dodgers game was a good game last night. Yep, you watched that?
It was. Did you see that crazy double play where the ball bounced off the wall?
Oh yeah, that's yeah, it's South Frelick in the center field there.
Yeah, the fact that the ball bounced off the wall and the guy couldn't tag still from third is that's still mind-boggling to me.
I told you before. My son's buddy, he's the guy at third for Milwaukee. The 5'6", 185-pound guy that can still muscle a throw to first. It's like he played ball with him, his best buds. Definitely makes the
Yeah.
game more it makes the game more engaging, that's for sure.
Uh, I love watching October baseball. At this point, I don't
Oh,
even know who I want to win at this point. Like most of the teams that I don't like have lost at this point, so
yeah,
it's good.
Yeah.
The Yankees are out, thank God.
yeah.
I don't know. I like the Seattle story. That one's kind of fun to play along with.
It is. I love this time. I mean, we got football and October baseball. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, October's a great month for sports. Great month. A lot of teams still have a lot of hope for the football season. Yeah, except for my Razorbacks are. Hey, we fired a coach. We're done. It's Cowboys suck again. Yeah, it's kind of nice to wake up and just not get disappointed on a Saturday or Sunday. Just get to watch all the other games.
Yeah. Look
You
at
just know what's coming from your teams.
yeah. So NQ is off 300 points. Go look at so NDX effectively will open up
Yeah, it's right below that level.
below that gap up. So right up for it'll open up about 24,450. So we're back in the lower part of the range of that move from Friday, and we're below yesterday's opening low. So that kind of sets us up for to retest possibly Friday's lows. So if anybody's looking on the long side, we NDX, I mean, it's got to get back above this 24,540 area, 24,550, we'll call it even.
Dang it. Walmart almost up at 2% now. The pre.
Yeah.
Got these internal lows on both assets. Trying to get a bounce. Got 3 minutes. Open this market up. I think we shoot just to these highs, 665, and then we'll see what we want to do at those highs. Casey. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Got some swings you looking at?
Yeah,
Hey, Paul.
a few. I mean, Walmart looking good. It just
Yeah, I
had
just
that
got that
open AI
news.
news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Costco was another one. CRM was one from yesterday.
Morning, guys.
DraftKings.
Morning, Frank.
Morning, Frank. I still
DraftKings.
like DraftKings off the lows, off 32, $33. So I mean, there's a few names I think have potential. It's like after hours yesterday, Spine Q's had a decent run up and then just gave it all back and some.
I know that overnight
Yeah.
got a little gross.
Disgusting. I
But
traded it
right back
upside,
to,
but
I think we filled the gap on, or no, we didn't fill it on either ES or NQ, but we
not
did
yet.
test, we did test the low from yesterday, and we're kind of respecting that area. I don't think we necessarily have to fill it, but if we do, I'm fine with that.
Now there's a gap on both sides for Spy. You have a gap to fill upside and the gap still
Yeah.
to fill the rest downside from
I
previous sessions.
I imagine the gap to the upside gets filled before this bigger gap to the lows, but we'll see. We'll see.
It's hilarious.
I want
Place
to
your
see us shoot
bets.
higher first. I talked about this earlier, but since you guys are on, just 4 hour candle, previous 4 hour candle high. When we hit that, or if we hit that, we'll also be hitting some big bearish order flow that I expect rejection. So I do want to see us trade back up to that high,
U.S.
and then I
market
can get short.
open.
But I don't really want to short until we're up there. To be honest, I just don't have clarity for it. Here's this open. Let's see. Little dipski. No 665 highs instantly. What a shame. What a shame. That's right.
Okay, let's see if we can flush a little bit more and then go retest and then take a short. Just waiting. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let everything settle. Let the oligos. I'm just waiting. Nvidia's coming down, Microsoft's coming down, Apple's coming down. Google's pushing, Tesla's pulling back. Oof, I want a short. I'm going to enter a short.
I blame Everly for not letting me take Costco calls.
Mm.
Because I told her yesterday, I said, Everly, I said, should I long Costco? Yes or no? She said no. I was like, watch it.
No.
I'm
It's like,
stopped
watch
out.
it rip above 940 tomorrow
Wait.
morning. And lo and behold, there it goes.
Did she give you a reason?
No, that's
She was just like, nah.
yeah.
She literally was not
Just
about
quick
it.
to the point. She was like, no. I was like, okay. That sounded very firm.
Okay.
She said it with her heart, but you know what?
I think it's because you didn't ask if you should have long COTG. That might have been
Yeah.
the factor there.
I'll ask her next time.
I still favor shorts.
Oh, she would have said yes for Oscar.
Let's see, opening candle.
Yeah, I'm good.
Amazon downside, Nvidia downside,
Yeah, everything's like pulling back.
AMD upside, Google upside as well. Let's see.
I mean, yeah, Nvidia's pulling back, Microsoft's pulling back, Amazon's pulling back, Apple's trying to push.
I'm
And bonds
we're-
are unchanged.
We're in a chop zone.
what is it? P Diddy stock is pumping up out of the gate. China.
P. Diddy.
China. Watch Baba down here as well.
Yeah, can you watch it? China.
China.
That was a very southern accent, Casey.
Yeehaw.
I'm gonna re-enter my short, but it's really wiki, so I have to adjust my stop loss a little bit because it was a little too tight.
Looking at some next week Babas.
NVIDIA at a support level, 182. See if it pushes a little bit.
Let's go. There we go. Truck it down.
Pussy. Down, pussy. Down, pussy. Down.
20 points.
Mm, 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 mm.
24 points. Scale some out. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hmm.
We're gonna go all the way down. It's 28 points, guys.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh, 30.
Watch for them to sweep these lows to the left from
That's what's up. Scale more out.
840.
Ah,
London lows, it's at 502.50.
yeah.
It's the
My
low we
stop
made
loss
last
is in
night.
profit no matter what happens.
Very nice.
Oh, is aren't she like 610 or something? 20?
Hmm?
Where'd you get like 610, 620, right?
No, 593.
Very nice.
No, I tried shorting, but I got kicked out. I mean, I
Oh,
stopped out because my stop loss was at 40 ticks. A little too tight for that. Ooh, there's 45 points. That's what's up.
very nice.
Just driving this little bus, you guys. Short bus.
Oh man.
Okay, 54. Let's fucking go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Moaning.
How we doing, BK?
Oh, still sick, so I may not be very useful, but I'm here.
All goody, all good.
You're always useful.
59 points, guys. I'm
Nice.
gonna freaking run out of these runners. I don't want to. Okay.
You go take London. Looks like it.
I really want to try one, but I think I might have to wait till
Got
500.
me on my lawn.
72 points.
I want to try long, but I think I gotta wait for 500.
Oh. Oh no, I accidentally freaking hit close.
What?
My level is 500 though. Oh shoot.
Why would you
Well,
do such a thing?
Got to take
I
out
meant
London.
to freaking scale out and then I hit the stupid close button. But
Why would
that's
you
okay.
do
That was a
such
nice
a thing?
short and that was fast as fuck, boy.
That's fuck boy. Come on, like another 5 points.
Let's see if we hold this 500.
Good morning.
I
Morning.
tried a long 500, like flat. Stop's gonna be 485, which probably gets stopped. No. No, don't do it.
Any hymns today? Nuts.
Don't do it. I'll check in a second. Come on.
There's London lows on NQ.
Oh my god, that's 100 freaking points, you guys, and I closed. Ugh.
Who's driving the short bus now?
I don't know who's driving the damn bus. I think it's Auto. What is that Auto called? Auto
Oh,
driving.
the Tesla auto drive.
You're 20 cents off pre-market low on SPY.
I'm gonna get stopped. I'm gonna get stopped. I got stopped.
Okay, we're at pre-market low here.
Holy moly.
The 9 SMA is in a different zip code.
I got stopped on my long. Thought they would give me something on the 500 there. I got nothing.
Should they go try and fill this gap?
I keep wicking it though. I don't know. Let's see. What is moving? What is moving? Let's see that Walmart. I want to see it.
Did
Only
anybody
at the
take
price.
shorts?
I did not. Only trade I tried was that one little try on the 500.
I
there.
trimmed the KO call swings. I wanted to see it hit this level yesterday, break above 67. It did not, so I swung the position, and we are ripping above 67, 30% on those calls. So I did take a trim. They are in
Yeah, I
the
did something new.
money.
Yeah, this is a place for longs for
A
sure.
little crazy. I just
Yeah.
added the SPY 655 call at 256. Whoa.
Yeah, you swept London lows on NQ. You're not taking them on ES so far. Could turn
Or
into a nice long spot down here. We'll
we
see.
could get to like 545 to 550 if they want.
Or they drill both assets through the lows and try and go fill this gap.
2.8 here. Get ready to scale. If we can get back up there.
Apple looks like garbage.
The opening
AMD
tick
is
was
down.
minus 12.
Minus what?
12, I think. I
Oh.
don't know. I heard 12 or 1200.
All right, my alarm went off. 1289.
Okay. 1289.
Yesterday we had a strong tick too. It was like positive 1300. Both internals opened up negative, Valdi and Valdi Q, and VIX is pushing up above $22 this morning. SPY testing pre-market lows. Gap
Now you gotta see
fill.
if they can hold 500 here.
Gap fills closer down to 653. So about $3 downside if it breaks that pre-market low for gap fill.
Netflix making lows. Microsoft too. Everything kind of looks the same.
All right, I'm going to trim my pins calls here at 40%.
Pins
Straight
or
up got
pins?
hammered.
Pins, P-I-N-S.
Pins. Got it. A nice pop.
You guys are funny.
Get that 3250, I think. Okay, do we just displace to these lows? You want to hold her up?
I think it's a slice.
Need to hold this for bulls on NQ. It's London low.
9
VS
SMA is
looking good
catching up
too.
here.
It's not good.
Yeah, this is a weak.
Gold is pushing up.
If you want to sell off though to the bottom of the gap and fill it, that's where I'll be a buyer. Or look for it at least. Dang, it's raining out here in California. Sheesh.
Yo, I'm
Warmed
out.
up
There's
the rain.
pre-market though.
Yes, taking out that low. No more divergence.
Okay, so you got 446 and 396 are my next levels.
This could get a bit nastier if they want to take it.
Yeah.
Still like to see them try and sweep these lows.
Yo,
That's right. Just tell me when to buy and when to sell. That's it. Just say buy
That's
here,
all I'm
Cab,
trying to
sell
figure,
here, Cab.
man. That's all I'm asking for because I can't read the goddamn colors on this chart, bro.
I know. I don't
Oh,
want you
that's
to hurt yourself.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it to the flow, girl. Tell me where we go, girl. From here.
This is why I wasn't a doctor, bro.
this is a large bounce zone on ES, FYI.
Ticker, SPY puts 12%. Move up stops, baby. We up.
SPY 655 puts for November up 45%. Let's fucking go.
Taking my first trim on these SPY puts 15%, $65 a contract.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I'm taking my first trim on these 652, boy. Up
We burning this.
64%, boy.
We burning this to the ground, boy.
AJ, we got 1.12 at 940. I'm running it again at 945, but that says
No.
top galore.
I don't like 1.12. That's semi-bullish, but we already down.
No, that's not semi-bullish. That's semi-chop to the ceiling, and the ceiling could be somewhere down here.
Yeah,
Yesterday
that's
was
chop.
1.18, and it was disgusting. So
yeah, that's chop, bro. Chop.
let's
No,
see
no,
what.
no. I'm not disagreeing with the chop number. I'm saying it's over under one leans me one side of the chop. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, but like if we keep dropping, I wanted it below. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Move up stops on the SPY puts. That's all I care about now. We're green.
As long as you have a stop, you're good. Yeah. But this smells like a fat trap. On zeros at least.
What, to the upside or to the downside? What are you talking about?
A trap for the put chasers. If you're in zeros, just take green.
Oh man, I think this is about to drill, boy. I mean, I'm definitely gonna get a bounce, but I'm looking at that. That October the 10th low. I'm looking at a retest of that.
All right, I'm gonna trim some more of these SPY puts up 50%.
Yeah,
five runners left. 5 runners left. Boy.
Second trim on these SPY puts as well for 17%, and got a trailing stop at 536 from a sub 5 entry. So we good. We green on these, baby. New low a day.
Yeah.
Trimmed my hood puts for 50%.
Tesla 350 puts for November up 8%. Let's go.
And fully out of my WFC calls on that drop on my trailing stop in green. WFC died.
Ticker. CAN. I think y'all slept on that one, boy. That motherfucker up 8% and pushing. CAN, boy.
Yeah, boy.
Almost up 100% on my common position. I told y'all I bought this at 85 cents, man. Y'all stop playing with me. Been screaming for you guys to get in this at 90 cents.
Out. Trailing stops hit that 536, 5.36 for SPY puts. Fully out of everything. Fully green. Beautiful trade.
Yeah, 1.1 printed again, so it's about to be chop galore. I'm not touching any zeros.
He said he ain't touching no zeros. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That means a full port. Thanks, Joker.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I took some Tesla short in the 422s. It was the first bounce after it lost previous day low. I'm adding to it on these bounces over 420. And then if we lose 417, I'll actually add more on the loss of 417.
ES bounced off that huge cluster support level. You need ES below 65.95 for a flush.
What a bounce. Hopefully you got stops on those SPY puts, guys. Always have stops.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my stop for equity is always break even once the trade starts working for me.
Yeah, that's boring, bro. No, I'm kidding. What's your level for AMD? The 2 what? 202? 20 what? What'd you say? 205?
You want
He said
under
27.
213.20, and I'm gonna get short. And or if it bounces into 224, and it rejects, then get short 224.
Okay. MP held at 88. I'm trying to figure out when to go long again. Damn.
All right, I have I have 2 runners left on these SPY puts. I'm gonna swing those. That's a free trade.
I'm gonna start adding equity again on MP.
Yeah, guys. So I don't need to take anything else for the day after that fucking. Oh, hold on. What is that?
Are you getting a delivery by bike? The fuck?
No, Kroger. That's an alert for Kroger.
Oh.
Yeah, boy. Let's go. We're in those Kroger calls.
Beat Nick. Beat Nick. What's up, man? What say you? You got 4 seconds to talk. I'm removing you and blocking you. In 2 seconds, it's up.
Right,
Ticker.
so I had
LAES CLSQ is up 18% at $7.25 and squeezing.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say exercise those call options I did earlier on LAS, those 5.5s. So yeah, full squeeze mode, boy. Let's go.
let's go. Silencios, you still in Kroger with me, right, bro?
Si, senor.
Okay, we're good to go. It just crossed over my level. That's what that alert was, 67.80. So we're good to go to at least previous week high, which is 68.75.
At least something's working this morning.
Yes, sir.
Russell looking like it's trying to take off without everybody else. IWM is trying to grab that bull by the horn.
Mm-hmm. Is Bitcoin bouncing right now? BTC.
Yeah, Bitcoin is bouncing right now. The dollar's sitting here kind of consolidating a little bit. Yeah, I ain't gonna say Bitcoin is bouncing, but it had a little bit of a bounce rather. ETH had a bit of a bounce. I mean, it's bouncing right into resistance and rejecting it like you kind of would expect.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm looking at GLD. GLD is pushed up a little bit into downtrend resistance from the pre-market overnight session. See if it can clear that. GDX as well. Silver's trying to perk up. RSP's looking strong now. Getting a bit of a bounce on the max, down only down 2.2%. The VIX is pulling back slightly. I don't know if you can trust that pullback because the bounce on the market doesn't really look trustworthy. IWM looks official though. Looking at Apple and Tesla trying to bounce after that big sell down. I don't know. Micron looks pretty fair. Real quick, bro. Micron look like it's trying to get bulled up right now. AMD is trying to break out of a flag. You got Intel hanging out at support. Meta look like it's trying to bounce here. It's looking stronger than most, but still looks weak overall. Google really hasn't done anything. Adobe bounced off of the lows, but still look like it's ready to drill. Amazon, Broadcom, Microsoft, and Oracle all bouncing off the lows, but still look weak. UNH actually looks stronger than everything else right now. UNH looks real strong. Look like it could continue higher. And Coinbase and MicroStrategy actually are looking perky right now.
Sorry for that. Yeah, I just wanted to mention before Tesla got away from people that were short that I did cover some under 420. And I'm looking to reject it. Let's see.
I took 6,600 calls SPX.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of negative gets centralized at 6,600 and 6,605 pre-market on GexBot, on the Gex Discord, the Gex stream Discord. Jeffrey, you know what I'm talking about? I guess he doesn't.
I got you loud and clear, bro. I don't use that bot, but I know what you're talking about. It's close enough to what I'm using. I see it, Kev.
Ticker JOBY. Morningstar reversal on the 10-minute here. If we could hold over this previous week low, which was 1620, I'll go up to about 1660, which is a gap. We need to hold over 1620 on this Joby 10-minute, but it's a Morningstar reversal.
Ticker BBAI, can't stop, won't stop, in full bull mode early out the gate.
Whoa, there's a lot of big buys coming on your ticker, bro. CAN.
Oh yeah, please believe me. So just a few that look like they're trying to get a bit of a bounce. You got BBAI, the aforementioned LAES Seal SQ. Shout out Crispy KOPN. That looks like that's trying to catch a bid after having that little bit of a sell down. Clean Spark, Full Bull, CLSK, Full Bull, Applied Digital, APLD. Both of those look like they're trying to catch a move, 2% and 3% up respectively. Celsius, CELH is looking real productive early. It's, just to name a few. POET, a few of us are in the tens on this, up 4% early, trying to catch that bid. Space Mobile, ASTS, looking like it's trying to bust out of this little pre-market funk that it found itself in. And keep an eye on Red Cat. That seems to be really resilient. Every time it sells down, it happens to bounce out of that once it finds support. RCAT. Also, PDD was something that I identified earlier. I can't believe I missed this trade. I was watching it pre-market. Looked like it wanted to buy all that back up. And it's looking like it's about to buy all that back up.
Mhm.
Architect, didn't you have some PDD calls yesterday, or talk about some PDD flow rather?
I did. I didn't take them. I just talked about the flows. I don't like playing the ticker. I don't remember what I called out. Sorry.
Well, I remember that you were saying the flow. That's why I had to change it to the flow rather.
Bought some equity here at MP at 93. Some UUU, USAR. Just buying up my averages on all these little drops.
SBSW, Sibanye Stillwater is looking pretty productive on the gap down. Starting to climb it all back up.
Shout out Silencius.
Yes. And FCX, Copper Miner, Freeport, McRowan is also recovering off of its gap down. So keep an eye on miners. They seem pretty strong.
Don't blame me for Sibanye. That's JD's. Shout out JD, our South African friend.
Could have swore he's Australian, but
I'm short Rigetti as well for October 17th.
I just want to point out Poet, strong as hell today, up almost 3%.
Wonder if we'll find out who the mystery investor was today.
Sound like an echo.
You said that? Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my wife about visa stuff. I stayed past my stay here in Colombia. It's supposed to be 3 months. I'm like almost 6. I don't know what's gonna happen, boys. They might lock me up in the pokey.
They're gonna deport you.
They're gonna deport that ass, bro.
I think I just gotta pay a fine or something. We'll see. We're having people work on it.
Jeffrey being an illegal is the best arc. I love this.
Oh shit, you're an illegal immigrant.
Just sold my Meta 4.2 from 3.5.
Awesome trade, bro.
That's
Expecting huge fade and chop today.
I cut my AMD put. I'm gonna wait to reposition, see how it goes, but it's looking pretty pretty constructive right now.
Joker, you saying the market's gonna chop today, or at least early?
Yeah, you're gonna have a repeat of yesterday. Inflated 0 DTE premium. We're running like this. It's a beta test, so don't take my word for it. But it's been accurate lately.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, right now the market looking like it's setting up for a retest of yesterday previous close. Or previous lows rather, previous lows.
Right,
Yeah, if we could
just
test
added to
Friday's
my
after
Rigetti put.
hours low, that would be fantastic.
Wait, what did you say, Beard?
I added to my Rigetti 50 puts for Friday. I just grabbed them.
Oh, you too? You on this? You and Jeffrey?
Yeah. Jeffrey grabbed him. Jeffrey grabbed his hands and said, "Come on with me."
I'm gonna be jumping on there, but for 2027, bro.
I just want to play the short pullback.
Yeah, now Beard said fuck it and jumped in them waters. Jeffrey is just, he
It's
ain't
way
put he ain't took his bathing, he ain't put his bathing suit on yet.
No.
Jeffrey said, hold
I'm
on,
not.
hold on.
When something shows you that much strength, right? That much momentum, you got to take way out or wait, right? Wait till we get a whole different market.
Oh, I will happily take 15% gain on this. I'm not going for.
Powell talks at 12:20, so we're probably likely also to chop till then and get one more volatile move around that time when he speaks. That's it. He's commenting on the economic monetary policy today. I believe so.
Yes, sir. 1220.
Yeah, boy. Let's fucking go. This Starbucks trade is playing out. Come on, babes.
So how's the artificial intelligence, the open AI experience supposed to work at Walmart? You go get some Pilgrim Farm chicken and you're like, hey, can you give me the rundown on the chicken's health? Was it farm raised? Was it grass? Was it range raised? Was it
It was none of
caged?
those things at Walmart.
Was it open range? You know what I'm saying? You gotta ask it all this shit. I mean, and you got to be specific because they'll give y'all kind of other shit.
Yo, you know what? Actually, Divine and Jeffrey, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and he owned well, he still owns it, a company that makes stethoscope, but they found a way how to incorporate AI into this company. And basically, what it does is when it takes the EKG or whatever it is, it recreates the sound, and then it could tell about future health issues that you're going to have. This shit is insane, bro. I didn't even know you could do that with the AI and the stethoscope. But he got an offer from one of these big not pharmaceutical, healthcare companies to buy the company from him for over $1 billion. Thought that was pretty interesting.
Now, hold on. Did he invented this or what happened?
He has a company that incorporated AI into the stethoscope. You know, that stuff that listens to your heartbeat.
Yeah.
And then what it does, it recreates the sound, and then it's able to tell you about future health conditions that you could possibly develop.
By the beat of the heart?
Yeah. What's this John dude?
Ticker. Wise Key, WKEY. That's Whiskey Kilo Echo Yankee is currently up 9% and pumping this morning.
You were right the first time, though, bro. WP.
Yeah, something that might be interesting. I have to look into it, but I was thinking for ultrasounds as well. AI for sure will be able to benefit that because it's all imaging.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked. He was like, "Yeah, I've been working on this for a while." I was like, "Wait, what? This?" I'm like, "How do you put AI into something that you just put in your ears and listen to a heartbeat?"
At this
Rigetti
point,
is
bro,
dumping.
everything is AI, but like the open freaking people got no fucking revenue, bro. I don't understand anymore.
What's dumping, Beard?
Rigetti.
I lost track of the circle jerk.
Hey,
now,
just
bro.
head up for the speakers. There's some weird people trying to ask. Like a bunch of them have 0 followers. I've removed 4 of them right now. So just know that we're probably under some sort of spam dump threat. So just FYI.
They come to the wrong place. They come to the wrong place.
The thing is, if I let you up,
We're under attack, bro.
The thing is, if I let you up, I'm gonna do what I just did. I'm gonna shut this shit down. I'm gonna make sure the person speaks. You got 5 seconds to talk. If you don't talk, I'm gonna remove you. We're gonna move forward. This is how it works. Looks like the market still wants to trend higher and go test Friday's low. Let's see if that happens, Jeffrey.
Some interesting hits this morning. Usually I don't see this, but TLT puts have been getting hammered all morning. 90s and 95s for next year.
Interesting.
TLT. I haven't seen that one in a long time.
Could
We're
be a
talking,
hedge too.
yeah, we're
But
talking
they're
over $1 million now between all the
they're
hits.
banking that the bonds are going to go up.
Basically, that's the only way TLT profits on the downside.
Well, that says there's like rising conversation now that they're going to have to do something.
Hey, ticker. Poet. 10-minute Evening Star reversal on Poet right now. POET.
Why did you have to go and do that, Bill Bull?
Yeah, you threw this momentum off with that.
My bad, bro. I just want to make sure you're aware of what's
I mean,
going
you
on.
came
So
in
you're
like you was dumping. You came in like ticker. I mean, like, we thought it was dumping. So then you was like even star reversal. So that just threw the flow off a little bit. So
I bought one share of Poet today, so we'll see if it'll buy me lunch.
Let's go. I know what's about to buy me lunch. McDonald's 303, baby. Let's fucking go. Wait, where's this fucking train?
I don't know if y'all heard about it, but the Copen got a $3.2 million contract this morning. Like, not a huge contract by any stretch, but that's a big reason behind the run.
yeah, I saw it.
ES's morning floor and ceiling has printed. Ceiling at 67.20, floor at 65.74. Expect both of them to collapse again like yesterday. If the next ceiling print stays this wide, that means market maker is pricing in volatility based off what Powell's going to say later.
I don't play in the OTCs, but ticker KRKNF, Kraken, they're a supplier for Anduril subs. They supply the batteries and some of the sonar systems. So a lot of the people around my space are kind of like jumping into that one and have been for the last little bit, but that's might be one to watch.
Yeah, it's Canadian drone play.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone here trades the OTC, bro. I'm just sharing that with you.
Yeah. I don't, but they're an Anduril supplier, so a lot of people are catching some momentum on that one due to Anduril's presentations at AUSA.
Ticker PNG if you want to play on TSX. But that one is going to probably get some love from the Canadian government defense spending. Because it's homegrown, some marine drone.
Ticker KR Kroger. If it holds over $68 here, expect it to go to $70. That's my next target, 70.30 on Kroger. The calls that we're in, they're up already, I think 35% for January 2026 to $70 calls.
Ticker. Odyssey Marine OMEX had a gap up this morning. Is currently up 6.5%, but it's putting in an H pattern. Feels heavy. Look out on that one.
I cut AMD at the worst possible time. Seems like I've been back at break even.
Bitcoin is getting a nice little bounce here. BTC. That's a W on the 10-minute for Bitcoin. You can see it on pretty much all of them, 10, 15, and 30. Ticker AEO up 1.17% and pushing today. Really nice move, AEO. Over this level, I have 1625 as my next target on AEO.
I got stopped out on the rest of my Rigetti flat.
That's what happens. That's a bad boy.
Tell him, Jeffrey.
I made a little bit, so it's all right.
Let's see if we can get over the 6605. Otherwise, we're stuck here. Going to be hard to recover if we don't break 6608.
Let's go. Starbucks making a nice move. Starbucks had a Morningstar reversal on a 15-minute, and it's been non-stop buying here. It's almost green. Let's go, boy. Silencious, look at this volume coming in on KR, bro.
I just saw it. It's looking pretty promising.
Yes, sir. GDX getting a nice move too here. Back over 79. I'm gonna trim some of the Kroger here. Up 45%. $100 a contract. Kroger. $70 cost for January.
Nice. Get that bread, boy.
Yes, sir. Bro, did you see what Gordy said about this Walmart shit?
No, I
What?
didn't see it. I ain't looked at the comments. It's too early for me to look at the comments. Gordy doesn't even exist to me before lunch.
I read it real quick. It says Walmart is doing in-home delivery now. They will come in your house and put the groceries in your fridge. You're
Yeah,
bugging.
no, they won't. No, they won't. They won't come in my house. They can drop the shit off at the door. Will, thank you very much. You sit your ass right there.
Yo, you buggy. Come into what house
You
and put
about to get
what
shot
groceries in
up in
whose
the East
fridge?
Coast, my guy. Ain't
You
nobody
lost your
fucking
mind.
entering my crib. Hell no. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, ticker SLV.
Ticker.
$47 calls, 10.27, filled at $1.80.
Ticker NVTS added to 12.5s for next week.
When? Oh, you know what? Somebody bought WEN to my attention, and it's crazy that they did that because Wendy's is apparently trying a new blazer in the UK, and it's supposedly be released here in the United States soon. This Wendy's chart looks really good. WEN. Yeah, they're doing a Biscoff softie in the UK, which they're supposed to be bringing here to the US. The rumor is.
You guys know what the ticker ERIC is?
AIR or AIRE?
No, ERIC, as if the name Eric. Just
Oh,
an unusual
Eric.
amount of volume
I
on
thought you
that.
said air.
I heard hair too.
I don't know if this is it's communications equipment. It's Swedish.
Telephona
It's
Kaibo.
Ericsson and Ericsson
Eric.
Networking. It's a huge company.
Telecommunications? You talking about the old phone company?
Yeah, Eric. Yeah,
I guess
Ericsson.
so. Ton of
Yeah.
volume today.
Yeah, it's up 17%. They're bringing those box phones back again. I remember those things. Those things, you could kill somebody with that.
Yeah, that was a weapon.
Yo, look at Kroger, ticker Kroger, up 2.2%. 68.63.
You got to say the ticker. You didn't say the ticker. You just said Kroger.
KR. Sorry, my bad. It's mid laughing.
I'll try not to get too nerdy, but Ericsson is really big in switching and network infrastructure. They invented the Erlang programming language, which is the foundation of Elixir programming language. They had some excellent engineers for decades.
Do you know what why they're popping now, or not as much?
Not much. It's just that's one of my favorite like tech companies in history. So maybe they're recognized for it. But switching and network infra, especially throughout Europe, so it could be tied to the data center play.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, ticker. Here's one to keep an eye on. Polaris, PII. So Butters was telling me that Indian is supposed to be divesting and going its own way and doing its own
Yeah,
business. So
they sold it. They sold it to a private equity.
Oh, baby. Ticker EVLV. Double bottom on the 10-minute. And it's been non-stop magooing. EVLV.
yes, sir.
Up 0.5% so far. Let's go.
You know, we talk about our for sure stocks and some lottos. Nectar Therapeutics, I've talked about this one. Their court with Lilly, they have a court date with Lilly. They're suing Lilly for their drug that just passed trials, that blew out trials. They were partnering with Lilly on this drug, and Lilly basically sabotaged it and tried to destroy them, right? And they were partners. So, anyways, the court is on the 23rd. They've got one last thing here on the 16th. And basically, what I'm saying is they could, if they settle, you're looking at 200 million to 500 million settlement cash, which would push Lilly stock up over $80 like instantly.
Ticker. QQQ 600 calls 489 October 21st. QQQ October 21st 600 C 489.
The GDX $85 calls we grabbed this morning, they're up 10% so far. Let's see what the
Man, it's just looking like all the semiconductor companies is catching that bid. Check out INDI, ND Semiconductor, up 15%. So yeah, it's looking like all the semiconductor players are catching that bid this morning.
I apologize. Did you guys hear me talk about Nectar and Lily?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. That's all. It
Yeah.
could have a settlement any day, and more than likely, probably 80 to 90% after the 16th. So if you're playing it for now, they could get it, but it's probably going to come out after the 16th. So maybe next month's options if you want to play a lotto.
Nice. Inverse head and shoulder on the daily, INDI. Inverse head and shoulders can break this resistance line. It has an opportunity to get a nice little move here. INDI.
Skywater, ticker SKYT, is also having a pretty good move.
Oh, whoa. Delta Airlines, DAL, up almost 1%. Wondering why my Delta contracts are going nuts.
Yeah, that inverse head and shoulder on INDI's daily is very obvious. I won't say nothing else about it.
$66.08 broken SPX. That's healthy. Next upside target is 66.32.9. 6632.9.
So I just got out of my 6600s from $11 to $27.
Oh wow! Well done, Jeffrey.
Boom.
Jeffrey.
Let's go, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I was just gonna say financials are starting to look healthy this morning.
QQQ calls up 9%, 550, and pushing. Take my first term 0 9%.
Yeah, I'm not short anything right now.
KOPN Copen is all-time high at 386, 387, and it's getting a bid this morning.
Yeah, I might pull the shoot on some of my lotto calls for Copen. I have long-term leaps in those that I'll keep in play for a while.
I'm feeling like I don't have enough leverage on that one.
AUSA, man, like I'm waiting for Lightpath to catch a similar announcements and partnerships, but Lightpath is the other one to watch in the components play.
Ticker. Added the 7.5s for January. INDI.
Yeah, Lightpath, ticker LPTH on that one.
I don't know how anybody's playing these like quantum names anymore when you look at the chart. I think it was just straight vertical.
God, they're now $29. I sold too early. I should have listened to you, AJ.
That's okay, brother. We'll get them again tomorrow.
Amazon 2250s at like 80 cents for Friday.
VIX new low a day, 2120 and death. Hopefully, I still need 2010. So all of this means crap if we don't lose 20.
I think the market could be getting a rejection pretty soon, or at least a pullback.
Ticker CCCX, they're part of the whole quantum thing. I think they're the ones that I'm waiting for a drawdown on the overall space, and I'll probably move some of my Copen gains into an option play there.
Ticker KR Kroger. Mentioned before the previous week high would be the target 68.75. We're about to hit it right now, 1 cent away from that target. Above that we have 70 for Kroger.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Jeffrey, SPX could go actually fill that gap.
Ticker Rocket Lab RKLB is breaking out.
Move up stocks on the.
Are you in Rocket Lab, bro? Which Rocket Labs are you in?
I'm long Rocket Lab. That's my biggest like common holding. I don't play options in it though. That's just the one that I stack.
I think you guys see Shaw down there requesting to come up? Because it's
I
not
hardly
really
ever see any. I hardly see anybody requesting, so I ain't looking. So you can if you roll through the little old list of people who are in the space, you can send him an invite if you want.
No, it was showing as request, but it wasn't giving me an option to add him.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that 100%. What I'm saying is you can go in the list and
Oh, okay,
find him in the list, and then physically give him the request there or the invite there.
Okay,
if you can't do it in the space, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Running spaces is serious business, Big Kev.
Not really. It's pretty simple. Just don't take just be direct and be consistent. Be direct and be consistent, and either they come or they don't. Whatever. It shouldn't even matter.
Ticker Zcash breaking out. Resistance level 234. Currently sitting at 240, making a push to 300.
Ticker.
We'll see how that goes.
Q calls 13%. Second trim's done. Down to runners now. Up 13%.
Yo, that Zcash is a beast.
It ain't done.
It ain't done.
It ain't done.
Wow, what a monster day I'm having. My net portfolio is up 70 cents from the start of the day.
Let's go, boy.
70 cents,
Make
boy.
that
You
money,
rich, man. Let me buy me a coffee or something.
What? Coffee from 1987, my guy? What the fuck coffee you get for 70 cents?
Well, my broker's is broken. I was like, why is the P&L not shifting?
Bro.
Okay. On a gap down day when I have quite a bit of calls, I'll count that
I
as a
mean,
win.
that is true. We did get
AJ, you ain't supposed to call me out on that, bro. I couldn't think of anything that cost 70 cents, bro. What the fuck cost 70 cents? Shit. A cup of coffee was the cheapest thing I could think of, bro. Fuck a candy bar costs more than a cup of coffee.
When you was a
But a
young
candy
boy,
bar costs more than a cup of coffee, right? So I'm just saying.
when you was a young when Kev was a young boy, he could get a cup of coffee in 1988 or whatever the fuck.
Bro, when I was a boy, you couldn't even get a cup of coffee for that cheap. Cup of coffee was always gonna run you like $1 at any one of these little. No, but it was free refills, right? So you'll pay like $1, $1.50 for a cup of coffee, but it's just endless refills.
I remember when
Big Kev, man.
You gotta average it out with the refill price.
I remember when it was under $1. I don't remember where I used to go to back in Texas, but I remember I was like, I didn't get coffee. My parents used to. I was like 10.
I used to get cigarettes for $1 at the gas station, man.
Oh shit, I remember that. The cheap ones, the El
$1 for a pack of
Cheapos.
smokes.
When I was a little
It was
kid,
the
I used to
cheap
get them
pack
for
though.
free, stealing them.
Yeah, there was a soft pack. They were $1.
Where the hell could you steal cigarettes at? Like, they was always behind the counter.
When I was a
Like,
kid,
how the fuck were
they
you
had
stealing
'em-
cigarettes?
When I was a kid, they had them out
He's a
on the
magician.
rack.
Hey guys, I can't bring up one of the guys requesting, and it looks like he's been following us for a while. I don't know. Can you bring him up?
Looks like we're full, man. I don't know, man. Looks like we're full, bro. Like, how many people are up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're full. There's almost speaker slots.
I was about to drop out anyway, but y'all have a good day trading.
I
I'll probably
removed.
listen.
Appreciate you, bro.
I already removed someone. So here we go. This is a new person, I think.
Who are we talking about? I'm just Jim.
Correct.
You came up the other day.
Okay. Jim, go ahead.
Jim, we're
You
gonna
hear
need you
me?
to speak. Yeah, we hear you
All
now.
right. I'm on the phone. It's between the headset and the phone. Ticker EOSE, that EOS Energy battery storage company. January $20 calls are getting hit pretty good. 670,000, 671,000. And then the February 21s have $1 million on them. All sweeps at the ask.
You know who brought that
Lorenzo?
to me at $2.70? JD
Mm-hmm.
Foe, Dr. Foe. That guy. I need to bring him back. I don't know why he's personal with me, but that guy's an amazing investor.
It ain't got nothing to do with you. You're just the easiest outlet because you're the easiest to rile up. So you're the easier target. I've told you that before. That has nothing to do with you. It's all him, bro.
He was an amazing
Yeah,
investor, though. Go ahead, Beard.
I didn't call it out before, but I saw some EOSE flow. $18 strike for Friday, 74K in premium.
Yeah, that
That's-
EOSE is up 2 3/4% right now too.
Yeah, I was going to follow it, but then I looked at the chart. That's why I said, man, all these plays are straight vertical. They're hard to follow.
I need to start exercising some of these EOSC coins too.
Beard, do you see any unusual on NKTR, please? Can you have
I do not.
You already looked?
Yeah,
Okay.
I keep an eye out
Perfect.
if I see it.
That's all. That's it.
Hey, what was the flow for EOSE? Because this doesn't look like it. It looked like what was the flow for EOSE that you saw, Beard?
$18 strike for Friday, 74K in premium.
Yeah, because this look like this like when I zoom out, all I see is an upside down H just about to play out.
Mm-hmm.
There's also some larger flow a little bit further out for EOSE. 21 strike. It's a sweep. 21 call for $1.06 million.
And you said a little further out, you never gave it expiration.
My bad. It is February of 2026.
I see that. I see that. Over 3,000 in volume.
Sorry, you repeat one more time the strike? I got February up. I was doing
21,
Yes,
21 February 2026.
Thank you.
Sorry,
EOSE.
I was managing something. I shouldn't have spoke.
My bad. I was managing Q calls, so I'm sorry. Thank you for repeating.
Yeah, that's I was trying to manage my calls on Spy, and and I was listening in, and I saw it too, and I was like, I got to tell him about it.
I've been adding equity again on the dip down this morning. I like this stock.
Yeah, this looks like a decent, probably containment day. I don't think we're going to get over yesterday's close, but I could be wrong. I'm adding SPY 665s for tomorrow, in as long as we stay over 6,600.
Ticker LAES looking like it's pulled back holding value, could have a continuation move upward. KOPN pull back held value, looking like it could have follow through, going higher. Another one that I want you to keep an eye on right now that could be making some noise. Look like it's found some support, building up foundation, up 5 to 7% NPWR. NPWR pullback held value. Now it's about to blast off. Don't take that one off your radar. You like energy plays.
Ticker. Kohl's Stores, KSS, that's Kilo Sierra Sierra. There is a bullish put spread, yes, it's the 31 October, 14.5, 12.5 put spread. This was sold for $846,000 in premium. There's 17,626 times. That's October 31st, 14.5, 12.5 puts.
Make sure I'm not muted. DAL, ticker DAL. 3 white soldiers and pushing on the 15-minute chart, up 1.55%. Delta Airlines, DAL.
Ticker SLDP, Solid Power. This is another battery storage play or a battery play, EV battery play rather. Solid Power up 15% and is full bull SLDP. That chart is insane.
Yeah, that started nice.
Look at that monthly time frame. Goodness gracious, this is in full breakout mode. If this continues, if this surge of volume continues, which is crazy, and it's been crazy for the last, I don't know, year, half a year rather.
Yeah, I have a resistance right here at 745. Over that, it's no stopping this, bro.
Yeah, I tried playing this once before, man. It's just been kind of stuck in this consolidation purgatory for a long time. Look like it's ready to finally break out.
Mm-hmm. That monthly candle is nuts. I mean, on the 30 minutes, that's 3 white soldiers. Yeah, it's non-stop magoo.
Yeah, it's time for us to or for me rather to revisit SLDP.
Yeah, I need to get into this.
Yeah, y'all do what y'all want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into this. That's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna exercise these EOSE $7 calls for January 2028, up 120%.
Nice.
Let's go.
Get it in.
$27 calls entered yesterday for November 21st. Roll-ups are up 41%. I'm fully exiting this roll-up position for the 5th time now.
EVLV, full bull right now, Big Kev. Full bull on EVLV.
Boom.
You will not stop paying me. I'll just keep rolling these up. I'm gonna grab 30s for December now.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do, man. If it keeps paying you, you keep going back to it. You keep going to the bank, man, if it keeps paying you. I mean, if those checks keep cashing, boy. Them checks keep cashing, boy. Man, that was a beautiful bounce on ABAT. Came right back down at the open. Bounced right off that support level that it held yesterday. See if you can go ahead and clear 11 today. See if ABAT can clear 11 and off to the galaxy.
Ticker. Uber, UBER, Morningstar reversal on the 10-minute. Over this level that it's currently at right now, I have 97.75 for Uber. As long as we get over this level right now. Let me see, 94.70. Let's start looking at some Uber.
Man, I'm looking at
Uber's and Joby's moving.
I'm looking at these VKTX 37 calls for Friday. The last time they were purchased was at 6 cents. Boom, they're at 50 cents. Look at that jump. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a huge gain for whoever grabbed those.
Whoa. Wow, Joby got back everything it lost. It's green. 10-minute Morningstar. Yeah, look at that, man. Build a gap and it's just mooning right now. I have $17 next target on Joby.
Monative,
For
are you
Poet,
up? I got Monative. Let me see. He's having
just real quick. I did a 10x buy on Poet. I went from 1 share to buying 10 more shares. So now I'm at 11, and I grabbed an option for that one with Copen. I'm I trimmed Copen and I'm moving into Poet.
Nice.
Yeah, bro, you was right. Joby
money
Magoo,
moves.
man.
Yes, sir. Joby Magoo,
Yeah,
baby.
Joby Magoo. So check out, speaking of Joby Magoo, let's look at TMQ, Trilogy Metals. That's the one that the government took a stake in, and that thing is still pumping up 50% on the day, man. This thing can't stop, won't stop.
This shit is
From the lows of $7 to now pushing towards 10. Oh, this thing has options? Okay.
Mm.
I did
Yeah, well,
TMC, yeah.
CRML also added options. That's why it's ripping so hard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, right? Because I about to say I didn't notice options the other day.
Monty, I sent your request. I know you're having your issues. You might want to go back out and come back in. Monative. Did see your request. I just couldn't bring you up.
Hey, I just grabbed January $10 calls for Wendy, ticker WEN. Wendy's, I said Wendy. Wendy's.
Guys, Google just broke yesterday's high in monster move in here. If we get any sort of de-escalation tweet that I think is coming, I do think it's coming. Google's gonna fly. That's showing relative strength.
Didn't you already de-escalate?
On which tweet?
On the one that says, "Guys, don't worry about China."
No, I don't think that was de-escalation. But what I'm hearing from part of the finance ministry in China is, they want to come to the table. They're and take this with a grain of salt. They're kind of taking over talks over Xi from what I've read. And I think I heard also the Trump administration. Obviously, Trump wants not to escalate things as well, but there's something coming out of China that's pretty. I'll post it to the nest.
Yeah, my read on it is Trump doesn't want to escalate, but I feel like Xi does want to escalate at this point.
That's why I'm hearing rumblings of this guy Lee. I think he's from the finance department or whatever. That might be taking over a little bit of a more front role of these negotiations. How about that?
Okay.
Beard.
Yes.
Man, do you see anything on BITX, BitX? Looking like it's setting up to try to go trend higher a little bit. I mean, it's setting up. I don't know. Maybe you see some flow.
Yeah. 52 strike for Friday came over at 10.15. 160K in premium.
So half hour ago, right here at the money. Okay.
I'm gonna add to my bull calls, the $30 calls for January 2028. I'm gonna add to them here.
So the stuff I've read was Premier Li Qiang met with entrepreneurs and economists. Generally, this is a good news as there's some movement that he's getting more say on economic matters and will be more pro-business, domestic and foreign policy. And then they just kind of go into who he is and stuff like that. So, we'll see what's happening. Maybe there's going to be an olive branch. We'll see. Nice job on Copeland,
Right.
Chris.
Yeah, we don't see Monative, but Monativ's calling out. I'm trying to see what he's I think he got his first fill on LAES. He sold the 90 call January.
He's been trying to sell some of those since yesterday, so that's good that he's getting to sell some of them.
Yeah.
That's good.
These are
Yo, this TMQ is up 61% now, Big King.
yeah, I know. I told you this thing is moving.
God, this Lay's, I sold it way too. This $7 up 16%. LAES.
That motherfucker blasted off, boy. I told y'all this
I had
TMQ, boy. $11. There it go. I told you.
Yeah, it's gone, bro.
These are the
I got an
names.
average of 510 on LAES, still holding.
These are the names we need to buy. Fuck the mags.
LAES.
You don't get 16% in a day.
Nah, you do if it's earnings like Meta. But that's about it.
That TMQ was the one, though. That's the one. I didn't hear anyone talking about that one prior to the government taking that position.
Wait, which one?
TMQ.
Oh,
TMQ, the one we were just talking about.
Everybody was talking about TMC.
Yep, that's the
So
one.
there was that one that we talked about yesterday that doubled. ESS Tech, GWH. This is a lithium battery. This is the one where Arizona SRP, their utility, hooked up with. A big move down, so it could be a buying opportunity. 6% down, almost 7% down. It went lower, but could be a buying opportunity. I'm just trying to go over the ones that we called out yesterday. What was that other one that you called out that doubled, Kev?
STI, I think, fucking triple.
Again? Oh, motherfucker.
No, I don't know about today. You said you asked the question, I answered it.
Oh, I thought you just called it out real quick. Let me look.
No, you said that it doubled yesterday. I said no, it tripled yesterday.
Okay, that one's also down about 6.5%. So those guys that doubled and tripled, they're down. They're a little bit down today, 6.5%.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Oh my God, I've been talking so much on my desktop app, and because I was talking to myself, I called out 4 trades. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm an idiot!" And the desktop app really sucks. Anyway, quick call outs. SoFi earnings diagonal. This is a pre-earnings trade, so close before earnings. Long October 31st, 2750 strike. Short October 29th strike. So that's SoFi. UNH diagonal, again, same thing. Close before earnings trade. Long October 360 strike. Short October 370 strike. And one more, this is a straight long call. Again, to be closed before earnings, according to the algo, it's a 510 call for October 24th, LMP.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Well, that's the third time I called it out twice, apparently. Oh.
Monative, I don't trust Beard. Do you see any unusual flow for NKTR? I gotta get my second opinion here.
Let me look.
Beard. I just don't trust Beard.
That's fair. Here's a name that popped up on one of my screeners. I know nothing about this company. I just fit my criteria. CBAK. That's energy technology.
So nothing for Nectar. Can you repeat the ticker, Beard?
CBAK. This is a China-based company that manufactures and distributes high-power lithium-ion and sodium rechargeable batteries.
CBAK?
Yeah, CBAK.
Okay, I don't see flow.
No,
Where are you seeing flow?
Just on my screener. So in terms of like high relative volume.
It's up almost 8% today.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's any history on this.
It's a dollar stock, by the way, for the people down below. If you didn't look at it.
Yeah, I know nothing, but I just see it's in my screen. I'm just
Insider zone,
trying to
22%
see.
of the company. Outstanding shares, 88 million. Market cap, 97 million. It's a dollar stock. Sales, 145 million. Not bad, not bad. But
We're starting to see 7.5 and 8 calls for LAES, guys.
God damn it! God damn it!
Ticker SKYT having a similar trajectory. I position in a poet because I think that's in the same kind of window and not really catching as much momentum as those two. I watch those three kind of like in parallel. Just
Jeffrey, you know
photonics
anything
SLS,
about
small scale.
Celis Life Sciences Group, SLS? Senor Jeffrey, amigo, por favor, you know anything about Celis?
What was it?
SLS?
SLS?
Sierra Lima Sierra, SLS, Celis Life Sciences Group.
No, I don't think I follow this ticker. It's a little guy. No, I don't follow it, sir. I can look for you.
There's a lot of volume. I can't tell exactly what the trade is, but there's 9,500 of the 16 January $2 calls, 13,500 of the 16 January 1.5 calls, and 23,000 of the 20 February 2.5 calls, all going off at once.
Yes.
Yeah, I think against one of them they sold. What is this? About 8,500 worth of 4 calls for January.
I didn't see any of those.
You have some insider buying with this name. June, May of 2025. Yeah, there's some directors buying. I don't really know. This is a immunotherapeutic cancer indicator. So is this something about T cell? I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Ticker AEO up almost 3%, 2.98, 1574. Target is still 1625 for AEO.
Let's go. That was Aman's trade that I also took.
Yeah, I'm in the $15 calls for January.
Oh, nice. I have the December 17 calls, but I sold 14 puts against it.
Okay, go ahead, be careful. Sorry.
REKR, just bringing that to people's attention. REKR.
Yeah, babes. That's babes. That is babes right there.
Yeah, smart city infrastructure. Yeah, REKR. Might want to check that out.
Yeah.
If you like GRRRR, you might like this one too.
Mm-hmm.
This one got that license plate reading and all that good stuff.
All of that good stuff, baby. We in there.
Ticker Caterpillar CAT new all-time high 513.29 is catching a bid this morning.
Yes, sir. Also, SOAR. It's looked like it's building up some strength for that next leg up. SOAR ready to soar.
Man, I haven't hit this devil's lettuce in all day, and I hear you over there puffing. I might have to take a break.
NAK is building up some support right here. NAK looking like it is building up support.
Another beauty.
Yeah, those $3 calls for November look pretty enticing.
Yes, sir. All of these that you're talking about, I've done write ups on them, so you could go look at my profile. You see them. Oh yeah, Joby's about to rip face.
What you mean? It's already ripped face. That motherfucker's that's straight face off. Nicolas Cage.
Yes, sir. Yo, that's a good movie too, by the way.
I mean, that motherfucker looked like the finishing move for Scorpion on Killer Instinct, where he just pulls his face off.
Yes, sir.
Or what is that? Mortal Kombat. Mortal
Mortal
Kombat, rather.
Kombat. Mortal Kombat. Fucking Kroger won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Kroger. Big W on the 15-minute chart. It's just straight Magoo.
Yeah, you can tell I don't play games. I'm getting the names wrong and everything.
Yeah. Now you're getting a pullback on LAES. If you guys missed, look for an entry here soon on LAES.
Westwater Resources, WWR, Whiskey Romeo is up, what do we got here? 13.5% today. It sold off initially and is now putting in an inverted H pattern. Could go higher.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop.
Whoa.
Don't sleep on Indy, INDI. Looking like it's getting ready for that next leg up, INDI.
So this whale that opened up this new short on BTC, he's still holding the position, and Bones said the position is up $500 million. Fucking kidding me? This is the second short this dude has on Bitcoin. $500 million. Nuts.
Ticker Velo3D, VELO, that's Victor Echo Lima Oscar, currently up 21.8% at $6.58. Getting a bid, kind of squeezing.
Yeah, they are buying Record, bro. They are really buying it. I'm watching these on the level 2, this order book. It's nuts right now. Mm-hmm.
So you gonna chase Zcash? I ain't.
No, dog. That's I can't. There's too much other plays out there I could make up for this on. But oh well.
Yeah, that was an awesome call though.
Yeah,
that
it
he
was.
made.
Yeah. I just can't chase it up here, dog.
I'm not gonna chase it. Like I had the level set. It came within $2 of it and just never hit it.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. But whatever. It is what it is.
Yep. It happens sometimes.
I mean, it did it while I was asleep too, so I wouldn't have been watching it any fucking way. So
Yeah,
shit.
you would, even if you were at work, you probably wouldn't have been watching it anyway. So Archer, ACHR, little bro, made a Morningstar reversal on the 15-minute. Starting to push up here. If you could get over 1225, it could get some legs on ACHR, Archer. Another good one is this HOVR.
There's almost $200,000 worth of 8.5 LAES for tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw that. This thing is look at Friday.
What's that?
Look at Friday.
Well, Friday. Sorry, not tomorrow. Friday.
Okay,
I mean, 10/17. That's what I meant. I apologize. Yeah, 200,000, almost 20. The open interest has gone from 1,700 to 23,600. Yeah, I think they're going to announce something. Maybe at the AUSA conference, they're probably going to talk. Chris, do you know that? Is Chris here? I guess he's not here. But I took my first profits on LA yesterday, so I'm happy with that. The thing is not easy to sell. That's the place to be careful.
Yeah, you don't want to get the spreads are wide on this.
Yeah, and even if you try to hit it, there are days when it doesn't actually, close the trade. Even if you hit it at ask.
Yeah, that's good that you finally got to sell some of them.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I mean, for me, as long as it stays about 3.5 on January, I'm still, close to. Well, I'm actually profitable now, but it's zero cost for me roughly.
Yeah.
Because I sold the puts. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I'd have panic sold it yesterday. But
yeah, I know you would.
There's no question. Yeah, but every day, this is what I was telling V. Taking her research, Black-Scholes man's research, what I hear from Chris and other people on the spaces, plus adding flow. That influence is awesome.
Yeah, it is. Like, there's some really good work being done in here by everybody.
Guys, there's a lot of in the money put selling and deep out of the money put selling today. So Lucid, 11/21/19 puts. Somebody sold
Real quick,
for,
real quick. Ticker. Before you get into that, check out NUAI, New Era Energy and Digital. Now, this thing has been on my watch list for the last week or two. It's catching that bid. If you look at that weekly time frame and that monthly, how it's set up, and this thing is looking like it's ready to explode. What they've done was they've pivoted. They've done what everybody's doing. They're pivoted into AI and data infrastructure. So just throwing this out here, put it on your list, put it on your watch list, do your own due diligence. But yeah, if we're talking about, data infrastructure, data center plays, AI pivots, to me, these are key, words, key terms that when you see those, when you start digging into a company, you probably should pay attention to that. So I said all that to just trying to bring your attention to something that could be real big. Also, I really like this one. Sorry about that, Monitor. Continue. Oh yeah, the ticker again is NUAI, Next Era Energy and Digital, and it's also breaking out intraday, up 40% on the day.
Let's go. Yeah, that chart looks good, man. That chart looks real good.
I'm probably gonna chase this motherfucker. I'm just throwing it out there.
Here we go. Chase it.
But to me, it don't really look like I'm chasing it when I'm looking at this weekly time frame. It looked like this motherfucker is just getting started, and it looks like if it can clear $4, it's going to $8, and if it can clear $8, man, if it can clear $8, man, sky's the limit. So I'll just start buying and just start averaging down on this one. I like this one a lot.
We're 340. What is this? 430. Holy. Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
$12.
Monitor. If you can go ahead back with your spiel, unless of course you're digging into the company, which of course I appreciate you doing that if you don't mind. But I've already done. enough to start buying.
Yo, bro, this could go to $12.
Bro, I told you sky's the limit, bro. Understand that. I wouldn't have stopped everything if I wasn't excited about this play, bro. Like I really like this company and the technicals. I like the pivot move. I like what they're trying to do. Yeah, especially like the land acquisition component. Once you get to that, you start digging. So
Yeah, you better
whatever.
hurry up and get in because the algos are starting to pick up. They're starting to buy it. And there's no options, which is good too.
Yeah, that means you got to pay to play. Shout out Diley.
Let's go, Diley.
Monotim, can you? Are you there with your thought?
Yeah. I'm just looking at flow here. There's a lot of in the money put selling on Lucid, and also out of the money put selling on a whole bunch of stuff. EOSE, what was that? CoreView, AS. There's ton of put selling today. So somebody's expecting. Well, lots of people are expecting markets to stabilize to be able to sell large quantity of puts. We're talking trades, hundreds of thousands or millions here. And I was going to call out JPM is recovering.
Big Kev, I sent you a DM on that name.
Seeing a ton of flow straddles right now on the S&P. So be careful that this doesn't turn into some pivot point on the market.
Ooh, they buying that bit now. They buying that bit now, boy. That TMQ pullback found value and held value. Man, TMQ looked like it wants to continue higher. TMQ looked like one of those. Man, it looked like it's setting up for another one of those 100% days on TMQ. I don't know. In UAI definitely set up for that. So let's just see, man. I'm in NUAI commons. If it pulls back, I'll just add to this. But I think this is definitely for sure. If it can clear 430, it's going to 8, clears 8, it's going to 12, clears 12. Who knows? Yeah, Jeffrey, I see you at the top. We'll be eating when we get up there. You're gonna need to bring a spoon and a forklift.
Let's go.
He said a fucking forklift.
Ticker Babcock and Wilcox Technologies. That's BWXT. Bravo Whiskey X-Ray Tango. New high of day, new all-time high, 201.71. Currently up 2.2%.
Did you see the DM I sent you on that? I grabbed some shares. Thank you for that, Kev. NUAI. Did you see what I sent you? Big Kev? Oh, he stepped out. I'll send it to Monitor as well.
Caterpillar can't stop, won't stop. $516, new all-time high.
I'll read it to the room real quick. This NUAI ticker Kevin just called out just got a deal to build 1,600-mile AI-ready fiber network across the state of Texas. They're providing the power, space, and network capacity that AI data centers and AI companies need, but can't want to build for themselves. They're going to make an AI data center less dependent on strained Texas power grid to ensure steady energy supply. On top of this, they're planning a 250 megawatt on-site power island.
I walked up on him doing some due diligence on Next Era,
term.
on New Era.
One on longer term, 1 gigawatt capacity to directly feed AI and hyperscaler data centers. And these are the, I'm assuming this is all the Texas stuff.
It is Texas, man. Texas need that power, boy. But the thing is with Texas and the power setup, like, okay, so like NRGV already has the ERCOT deals. So like, you know, so like to me, that's gonna be the first one. And then everything else is after that. But this is one of them new ones, right? So we'll just kind of see how this one plays out. But it's a similar setup. And the chart is amazing.
So on NUAI, SEC rule 201 triggered, so optic rules. So short selling is restricted.
Why is that? What did that happen? There too many shorts? What does that mean?
Yeah, there probably is not enough shares to borrow.
Get ready. Get ready.
What is
this
it?
Is all over Reddit.
What is it, Monative?
Oh, don't ask about it now.
Uptick rule was triggered just now.
I still missed the ticker. Damn
Is
it.
there NUAI? NUAI. NUAI. That's for those in the back that didn't hear it.
Monative, that was SSII on that uptick rule thing.
No, it was on NUAI.
They're not listening. I don't know. They're not listening. I don't know. He was talking about the ticker that I was talking about, you guys, like NUAI. He did a dig on it like I was asking that he do. Just like Jeffrey did a dig on it. This is the one that we're talking about. If nobody's kind of paying attention to what's going on because of the market and trade and whatnot, I totally understand. But we're talking about Next Era Energy and Digital Inc. The ticker is NUAI.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
So the uptick rule, Monative, that you stated is because there's no more shares to borrow? Is that it? Is that basically it?
So most typically it is triggered when there is a large short selling pressure, but it's also can be triggered when there are when there's low float and there's not enough shares to borrow.
Correct.
And brokers are, struggling to find shares, so the SEC triggers that rule. So it does restrict short selling. Effectively, that's what it is.
They do that when you drop 10% in a day too, right?
Correct. That's the primary reason it's triggered, is when it drops.
Intel, INTC, currently down 5.5% and threatening to put in an H pattern today. Be careful on this one if you're in it.
Ticker REKR up 24.30%. Recore Systems. Full Magoo. Please keep your hands and legs inside the aircraft at all times. Oh, ticker, Tesla. Looks like a H playing out on the 15-minute here.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, boy. Yo, Devil's Lettuce time. I'll be back, bro.
So the dollar looked like it didn't found support. So let's see if the dollar can go ahead and start trying to trend up. 99 right now seems like it wants to hold the dollar up so far. Really, that was previous resistance. So see if that can kind of hold up as support on the dollar. Looking like Bitcoin, looking like it's trying to find some support, but I don't trust it. Flagging, but overall with a bearish undertone. Ethereum is the same way. Gold had a nice little push hanging up here at resistance. See if that push can continue up 0.7% GLD. GDX down 0.3%. Look like it wants to continue higher, trending right up here, hanging out at resistance. Silver right behind that. RSP looks rather strong, pulling back, holding value. See if we can find support here and trend higher, up 0.2%. But the percentage gain isn't indicative of the overall move that it has made. It's made a pretty significant move coming off those pre-market lows. MAX only down 1.4%. VIX looking like it's trying to curl up, maybe hold support here. I don't know. Let's see. Kind of checking out SPX NDX and the ETFs. They're all hanging out here at resistance, trying to see if they can turn that into support, see if they can go ahead and continue and trend up towards the previous close. IWM and Dow both hanging out here. Supports looking like they want to trend higher, possibly. Apple, big rejection at 248-ish. Pulling back, looking like it's trying to hold value. Tesla getting a big pullback right here, or a small pullback rather, on at the downtrend resistance from the pre-market. Hood looking like it's trying to hold support. NVIDIA trying to reject the potential H pattern setup. Look like NVIDIA wants to try to trend higher. Micron and NVIDIA has been and AMD's been kind of consolidating. Meta looking like it's trying to build up some momentum to push higher. Intel just looks weak. Google still looks strong. Adobe's been consolidating. Amazon hanging out here, resistance, trying to turn it into support. Broadcom's a no touch. Microsoft, you leave that alone as well. Oracle looked like it could possibly trend higher. If it starts to move higher, that might be a trade. UNH hanging out here at resistance. Palantir hanging out at resistance. MicroStrategy had a pullback. Coin had a pullback as well. Both look like they're trending lower, but they're flagging right now. Could break to the upside.
So this is news. BHP Billiton this is the Australian mega miner, is considering to reopen their defunct U.S. copper mine in Arizona. So they are talking with the administration. They could reopen the U.S. copper mine in Arizona, BHP.
Man, if that's the one that I talked about, I think it's called Thunderbird or something like that. That could supply 1/3 of the U.S. copper. There's one but I don't think it's this one because it's on Indian land and they will not open it.
So you're saying they'll
This
supply
one
more
says
than Southern Copper, the world's
There's
largest
one
copper producer?
correct. There's one mine in Arizona that's on a Native American land that can supply 1/3 of the U.S. production or whatever. It's huge.
That's what she said.
Ticker Digital Bridge Group, DBRG. That's Delta Bravo Romeo Golf. The 16 January 17 strike calls, 17,770 against open interest of 933. They're still buying them. They're hitting the ask. There's well over $1 million in premiums spent on that call today.
this is something called the Globe Miami area, Jeffrey. So they have lots of properties there.
Yeah, so you remember Shabam, the oil guy? His father actually runs these copper mines, and he was brought out to Arizona, and I actually had dinner with him, talking about this mine, and it's just the Native American. I don't know which one it is. I can't remember, but he was basically stating that there's this mine here in Arizona that could supply 1/3 of our needs in the U.S. It's huge, but it's sitting on Indian land, and they haven't touched it. But he was flown out to look at it and all that stuff. But I guess that maybe it's being talked about. But I don't know. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. So SLS, I don't see any serious people talking about it. It's more these like Furus and Reddit pumpers. Silencia, Martin Shkreli came out against it. I guess SLS had data and it failed, and that was in January. But Shkreli thinks it's a 0. So just know that there's difference between Furu pumps and real biotech pumps.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro. You smoke good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right now I'm just gonna hang out in these Novartis calls and these New Era Commons. And just wait for all three of those to just continue to go higher today.
As part of SLS or whatever that was, I don't know anything about it. So
What is it, a bioscience ticker?
it's a biotech at $1.
As far as bioscience, bro, like this is how in my own personal opinion, if it's just on my own personal opinion, if it's $1, throw a couple of thousand at it and just forget about it. Just assume that the 1,000 is going to 0. And if you get lucky and it goes, that motherfucker goes to 100, set a sell limit at 100. That's how you got to play those things. Like, man, there's no unless you got an inside person that's like, look, man, the data that we're coming out with tomorrow is going to be super positive. You know, whatever. Unless you got somebody that's going to do that, like it's just a coin toss. You might as well go to the casino.
Yeah, 100%. I'll tell you one way that I play these, especially the ones that potentially have a blockbuster drug, but they're ways out for FDA approval. Like say they're working on phase 3, and you could see with Goss, right? Like that was 50 cents. It went all the way up to $3.60. It's pulled back some. But what you want to do is you buy these into the run up, right? And when we've talked about this, Kev, it's kind of like an earnings play. You buy them into the run up of the earnings and then sell before earnings. You do that. You could do this a lot with, especially these ones that are considered quote blockbusters or you know they're potential blockbusters. You play before the data comes out and you get out, or you get out half. That's a really good play when it comes to biotech. You get in before the data, that it runs up into the data, and you get out. Thank you.
Also added some Lotto TMQ $11 calls for Friday, so I'm watching that also. All three of those look like they're about to continue higher, especially TMQ.
That
Fuck the
digital
market,
bridge
fuck
that
the
I just
general market.
that digital bridge that I just called out, 17,000 calls is now up to 21,000 calls. They're buying that hand over fist. That's DBRG, the January 16th, 17 strike calls.
Yeah, that thing looks strong too. That weekly setup looks very promising. And this thing definitely looked like it's headed to 15, 16. That's where I got first resistance at. That looks like a pretty good call, in my humble opinion.
While I've been sitting here watching it, that call went from 65 cents to $1.15.
Ticker, Lunar, LUNR. I've been calling that out since last week. It's getting a lot more volume. I'm in 13 calls for this week and January 15s, and they're adding to January.
Let's go.
So, Lindsay, those were the 17s for January?
Yes, sir. When I first called them out, they were 65 cents. They're up to, what is $1.15 now?
$1.15 now, yeah.
I apologize. I stepped out of the room. What was that one, Dilly?
Lunar Intuitive Machines, LUNR. I'm in 13s for this week, which are up like 200% right now, and 15s for January, and they're adding to the 15s. It's slowly creeping higher. It has been since last week.
Thank you.
Thank you for the breakdown on that ticker, Jeffrey. That was good. I was out of the room at the moment.
I don't. I mean, it could still go. It's $1, but I don't know anything about it. It did look like it failed some data in January.
Yeah, I was just reporting what I saw in my scanner. The options were popping on it, so I was just reporting what I see.
Yeah, if you have $1 biotech, play the dollar. Don't play the options. Like I don't know. It seems like an option.
Yeah, so apparently NUAI also has warrants. If you guys are interested in trying to play it that way as well.
Oh, I like this. I'm gonna look at him.
Sorry, what's the ticker?
It
Wait for a bit.
NUAIW is for the warrants. Just release the W if you want the regular ticker.
$0.05. I gotta figure out what. I need to know more about this. All right, thanks, Kev.
Indeed, you do. Ticker, INDI for that breakout. Potential upside down. You break out to the upside. INDI up 17 to 0.6%. And looking like it's ready to push. Let's see if we can get that push towards $6.
Ticker REKR up 27%. REKR.
I was reading an interesting article the other day about Tech, TECK. So that's a miner. They have a diversified
Tech Kaminko,
portfolio.
they're huge. Go ahead.
Yeah. But basically they had a big miss, and that's why copper prices skyrocketed the last couple of days. That they missed on their output, on their supply demand. But the CEO was out saying how he's speaking to the Trump administration on retooling some of the processes, because some of these rare earths are a byproduct of the refining that they do for existing minerals. So I think you're going to start to see a little bit of that narrative start shifting, where they're all looking for that handout money. So they'll start retooling their processes to output those more desirable rare earths instead of what the other byproducts that they output now. I'll try and find the article. I'll post it to the nest that people are interested. I'm not invested in TECK, but I'm keeping an eye on them.
So I believe, Big Kev, they're for June 12th, 2029. 2029 is the expiration date of these warrants, or $10 a share. $11.50 per whole share. So there's your exercise for the warrants.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, the surviving rare earth miners are all going to be these mega miners where, they're leaving behind all that rare earth in the tailings because they can't process it fast enough, cheaply enough. So if they get the money from the government to do it, these guys have the maximum resources to be able to do that. So they already have the mine right there. Don't have to open new ones, but their tailings are rich, but not rich enough for them to have mined it yet. So these guys are going to take it over in 10 years' time, after all said and done, right? After all this noise.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yep, totally makes sense.
Ticker Caterpillar breaking loose. It's 520.43, new all-time high, up $15.75, $16 now, 3.14%. It's just on a rip, and it's squeezing.
Nice. Speaking of on a rip and squeezing, OMEX, can't stop, won't stop. We've been talking about this one for a while now. Deep sea mining, the Palantir of the Sea, which was the joke that I came with. So, I mean, in case people were trying to say they don't remember, we talked about this, whatever. Yeah, catching that bid up 25% and pushing.
Yeah, if you're bullish on the miners, the not the Bitcoin miners, but the actual people who dig shit up out of the ground, you got to be bullish on Caterpillar because they make the equipment that they dig with. And my thesis on this, you've heard me talk about it, was that you buy Caterpillar for the gas turbine business, and you get a free call option on the heavy equipment business.
Well, I mean, all these rare earths and mining plays, Caterpillar is going to go. Everybody's opening goddamn mines.
There ain't nothing that's gonna hold Caterpillar back. Caterpillars can't stop, won't stop for real.
And then
Caterpillars can't stop, won't drop. That's what Caterpillar.
You add the weak dollar to it as well for international markets.
That's it. That right there is what's pushing Caterpillar is the weak dollar because they are mostly an export-driven company. And Silencious, I get what you're saying, but their mining equipment is far, 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 far larger than their turbine business. But I completely get your point that turbine is probably more news-driven than any of the other products they make.
Yeah, and one more thing. I just read a thing where France is doing what, a 600. They're doing a rare earth. So these countries now are all securing these rare earths, and France is doing some major rare earth mining, like all of these countries, and they're going to need these heavy equipment. I think it's brilliant. Weak dollar.
Yeah, I don't think he was minimizing that though, Monative. I think he just was kind of highlighting the fact that if this was the only reason you may have gotten into it was turbines, look, you got this other business that you get a free call option for. So I don't think he was saying that to minimize it.
I'm not denying that. For a narrative, that might be more important. For a business, it's tiny fraction. That's all I'm calling out, right? Look, any reason that it runs, as long as you're in it and it's running, who cares why it runs? I'm just trying to explain the fundamentals of the business, that the big driver is mining. But like Jeffrey said, profitability is going to come from the fact that US dollar is getting cheap, so they can sell more profitability or more foreigners can actually afford it. That's where the profit is going to come from. And Caterpillar hedges both metals and currency. They're good at it. They've been doing it for a long time. In fact, I know somebody in the group that does that.
Sorry, just to get back to what I was saying about bank for tech. I can't say the name. Teklo Resources. Their byproduct that they produce is germanium. That's a byproduct out of the Red Dog zinc. So I added the article up.
Yeah, they're a huge mining company. Guys,
I think they do germanium and gallium as well, with a bit of indium also. So yeah, I like Tech Resources.
Tech Kamiko is huge. Real quick, guys, over the wire, the President Trump's administration said the China 100% tariffs could come sooner than what I think it was November, December. So there's some hawkish stuff coming out. Let me get the exact.
Bunch of waffling though. This is waffling. Like, so you can't really kind of pay attention to the day to day. Like the first time when he did the tank to market, anything else is nothing burgers until they actually get something more concrete than the yeah, it's on, no, it's off, no, it's going to start today, no, it might start next year.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
these Supreme tacos are so nice.
The shit comes out on, the market does react to this stuff. So U.S. Trade Representative Greer, 100% U.S. tariff on China could come sooner. That's the quote. So there you go.
Taco.
It's a double wrap
bro,
taco.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Taco to taco.
Taco Tuesday.
This is Taco Tuesday, bro. What are you talking about?
Ticker IVZ Invesco PLC. This is a financial. Their earnings are on the 28th. This is a 27 strike for January, 20,000 contracts. IVZ 27 strike, 1.26 million.
I'm just noticing some more flow for EOSE, $19 strike for October 31st, 100K in premium.
Ticker. This is a ticker that I seen someone in the chat post. SATL, that is catching a nice bid, up 13%.
I called that out in the aftermarket yesterday and it popped 15%.
Nice call, bud.
Yeah, for those who weren't in Jeffrey's space yesterday in the afternoon, that's SATL is Satellogic. They're in the same space as Black Sky and Planet Labs. They do Earth orbiting or Earth observing satellites.
Oh, this is the one that
satellite as a
Cantor
service.
This is the one Cantor Fitzgerald has a part of, correct? That's what we were discussing with this one. Was it Cantor?
Correct, sir.
Yeah, which is Lutnick, Howard Lutnick's firm.
Follow the grift.
The grift is right.
My lord, that's a sideways chart if I've ever seen one.
The thing's got warrants too.
I mean, this thing's gearing up for a breakout at some point.
I think V also discussed this one, and think if I can remember, since you can back me up, you probably got a better memory, that these guys could be in line for a contract. And I forget what contract it was. Fiber optics or something. Instead of using fiber optics, it's supposed to be satellite driven, right? So, God, I can't remember the conversation, but it was something like that, where they'll get some government contract, and instead of putting it in the ground fiber optics, they'll do it satellite wise with possibly this company is one of the ones in the running, and it is Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, who's obviously a huge part of the administration. Poet, high of day today. Just about.
Yeah, what started out so bad is looking so good right now.
Powell speaks in 45 minutes. I did start a leap position on CRM today.
Yeah, a lot of people
Contracts are expensive.
talking about that.
They're so expensive though. It's basically $1,000 per contract.
Guys, I hate this name. I don't know why it's running so much, but I missed it since it was called out like $2. Soundhound breaking out of a rising wedge. This super bullish.
Yeah, that was an Angela $2 call out.
Correct. Yeah, I missed so many of her goddamn call outs.
Uber is looking good again.
Ticker. QQQ calls 140 a con out of my last runners. Came back from a phone call. Love it, man. Y'all pumped the money.
So here's the thing. Let me go ahead and throw this out here real quick, because and the person isn't here to say it, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be speaking through him. So if you get blocked by Jeffrey because you were commenting on one of his posts, don't go on my DM and be like, "Hey, Jeffrey blocked me. I'm trying to learn trading and blah 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 blah." Quit fucking being toxic on this goddamn thing, and you won't get blocked. So if he blocks you, don't come to me talking about, "Hey, ask Jeffrey to unblock me," because I'll block you then.
Yeah, boy.
I blocked the disgusting trolls. That's what I block.
I've said it a million times in here. If any one of us block you, don't message me asking, because
So, well, I'm just warning you right now. Yeah. Somebody's probably going to message you next and be like, "Hey, Jeffrey blocked me, and I just asked Big Kev to ask Jeffrey to unblock me, and he just blocked me." So, whatever, it is what it is, man. I ain't got time for it, man. Y'all decide what y'all gonna do when y'all comment on people's posts. So then don't get mad when they block you in reaction, especially if you ain't never even came up and established a relationship with people so they can understand how you joke around. Don't nobody know how the fuck you joke in text. It has no inflection, right? It's just dry. So I'm gonna interpret or text however I interpret it. right? So it may seem like you, just like Jeffrey's going to interpret it the way he interprets it. So if he blocks you in that regard, don't DM me talking about, hey, Jeffrey blocked me. Can you get him to unblock me? Quit fucking commenting on his text where it may be ambiguous to the point where he thinks that you're coming at him, because he's going to block you. That's public service announcement. And I'll block you too if you come into my DM asking me to ask him to unblock you. I'll just block you because that shit is fucking noise. Gotta have these fucking conversations like that. I don't like doing that shit.
Don't even waste your time. Messaging.
I have to waste my time because people want to still stay here. No, I have to. If people want to still stay here, they need to understand this. Like, 'cause the person I just blocked, he don't know this. I'm giving everybody else the forewarning.
Oh no,
because I just blocked him.
No, I'm saying for people, don't even waste your time messaging me because you'd stay on unread.
Look, I feel like I'm pretty, people laugh, I get triggered, whatever, but I'm pretty fairly balanced. I don't usually block people unless there's a reason. So just FYI.
And that's just not
me.
Jeffrey. That's anyone. That's anyone that up here that blocks you. Don't ask me to unblock them because I will just block you because I don't have time for that noise.
But Beard,
As in, you blocked me first.
did I? Well, I think that was during the politic days, Beard. I think that was.
So real quick, ticker. Sorry, AJ, go ahead.
Ticker. This is for Bull Bear 2 because I'm rolling up, bro. SLV, April 17, 2026, 4750 calls for $4 a pop. I'm following this exact flow. SLV.
Jesus Christ, this market.
Which one is that? Wait, say it again. Hold on. Say it again.
SLV, silver. 4750 is April 17 for $4 a pop.
I apologize for interrupting. We traded above 66.20, held it. 66.40 is now broken. We're on our way to 66.60, dude. This is a strong reversal. Amazon, high of day. Google, high of day. Tesla, high of the day today, but trying to get back to high of day yesterday. Google is high of day even from yesterday. So Google's showing the most strength. And we'll see what Amazon can do. It's got a lot of work to do to get back to 22.20.
I just want to give some more context to that news headline you talked about before, Jeff. So it was Greer that was making those statements, but that was part of like a bunch of statements. So he said like we're having constructive talks. We talked to China yesterday. We had staff talking to China yesterday in Washington. The November 1st tariff deadline depends on what China does. They're kind of just talking tough. But
Both
still
sides
want Trump and Xi to still meet. And the other thing he says, we always watch the stock and bond markets, so you can kind of see.
So it's really hard to figure out what's going on. I read something where this administration came out and said that they don't even think Xi was the reason for the escalation. It was hardliners in a certain committee that's pushing it out, and Xi didn't even know about. Like, it's really weird. I mean, I think
Ticker. I just want to say this real quick, and then you guys can kind of go back to your conversation. So SOAR, been talking about it for the last couple of weeks. If you look at it right now, intraday, like there's almost 3 times the daily volume, and it hasn't gone anywhere. Just sharing that with you. There's almost 3 times the daily volume. There's over 2 times the daily volume, and the stock hasn't moved. So,
sorry, what's the ticker?
SOAR.
Store. Volato.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Airline.
My 6,600 calls for today that I sold at 27 are now at 53 per con. That's 5,000 per con.
Jeffrey, why are you going back and looking at those, bro? Why are you doing yourself like that, bro?
I want to slip my
That's what he
wrist.
does every day, bro.
I want to slip my
I
wrist.
do that.
Yo, Big Kev. I'm having deja vu with Zcash and Bitcoin, bro. I feel like I need to buy at least 5.
Hey, that's what Shaw said. It's gonna have a Bitcoin run. So I mean, come on in if you want, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy 5 of them, bro. Go ahead.
Ticker QQQ roll-ups 604 1021 430 a pop. 604 1021 4.30.
Are you there, Monative?
Ticker Joby. Joby. Full Magoo. Joby.
Are you familiar with MIR, the ticker? Mirion Technologies.
That's one of V's stocks. I heard from her.
Okay, I saw some call flow for it. $30 for leaps for May 15th, sorry, 2026.
Real quick.
It's currently trading at 24.
Anything to add, Monative?
No, I was actually going to add something on something else. Actually, Jeffrey, to the point you were making. Look, Trump gets triggered by a question asked by a random journalist. What do you think is going to happen when you say to Xi that, hey, he didn't even know what was happening, somebody else did it? What the hell do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, yeah, it's so confusing.
It's just stupid to taunt him. I mean, what the hell is he going to do?
Yeah, oh yeah, he goes off the handle. So real quick, we're at GEX for SPX 6648 is spot. All the volume by positive gamma is 6650. They're adding 6660. That's second where the volume is. There's nothing below us, guys. 667 is being added to 6675. They're slowly pushing this market up. Go on.
Don't sleep on DataVolt, DVLT. Do not sleep on DataVolt. I told you about the rare earth tokenization aspect of it. This is going to be big. It is still under $2. I'm not going to keep talking about this damn thing. Matter of fact, I tell you what, when Jag starts talking about it, again, maybe you guys will buy it. I don't know. Because he started talking about it once and said no one was talking about it, right?
Oh, shit.
Oh, he'll say that anyway. That doesn't matter whether somebody talked about it or not.
Well, not for you. Maybe not for you. Maybe not for you. But for some people, they like to show me Jaguars posts like after I've been in a specific thing for like 3, 4, 5 months. Then Jaguars or talk about it. And I'm not. And shout out to Jaguar. I don't have a problem with him. And I think he does well with what he does. This isn't a shot. I didn't want anyone to make it like. Monative, like, here's the thing with this, Monative. From now on, this is what I'd like you to do. Like, if it's not directly directed at you, you shouldn't have to have a comment on it. Chew up the meat, spit out the bones. If it isn't directly at you, like, you know what I mean? Because now that kind of creates a sense of contention, right? And Jeffrey, you talking about, oh, shit. Like, don't make it seem like I'm going at him. I'm not going at him. He's good at what he does. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, maybe when he talks about it, you guys will buy it, right? Because nobody was talking about it at UAMY. This motherfucker hit $20. Now people want to start buying it, right? I was talking about it at $2. IRN is at $60. I was talking about that at $2 or $3, right? And I'm just saying, like, when pay attention to some of the shit people be talking about. People talk about gems all the time. Like Jeffrey, you talked about Angela was talking about SoundHound when it was $2. And you say you missed out on a lot of her $2 tickers. Everybody be so focused on their little box and be in their little window and afraid to step out of their little window. They got their little Twitter analyst that they follow, and they're not going to do anything unless that Twitter analyst, that has 100,000 followers says it. Like, of course they're smart and they do what they do, but it's other people out here. Like Butters has less than 1,000 followers, and he's probably the best stock finder fucking that I've ever ran into. Like, I haven't found anyone. I don't know anyone who finds better than him. I'm just saying. I wasn't saying that to make a shot at Jaguar. I was making a point.
Mine was to underline your point. It's totally true, and I agree with everything you said. So,
Look, Kev, it's fair enough. I have nothing to say that. Yeah, what you said, fair call. I will take that into account. That's it. Nothing more. Hey, Beard, MIR. While ago, even Stock Talk used to talk about it. I'm not sure if he has a position, but this is one he likes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do a little bit of digging.
And I said DataVault is under $2. It might not be under $2 pretty soon, like the next 5 minutes.
So on our chat, I called out the likely beats. So GE is one of those that the algo is expecting a beat from. So GE triggered a pre-earnings trade. Not a huge percentage, but 307.50 calls. 307.5 October 24th calls for GE. There's a whole bunch of triggers: Visa, VFC, BK. All of these are earnings triggers, so a whole bunch of them are triggering right now. So.
Awesome stuff, guys. RSP high of day. ES high of day.
Yeah, pin a tail on that. It's a lot of people that's really good at what they do.
Agree.
It's a lot of people that's
Agreed.
really good at what they do.
And
Just throwing that out
we're
there.
lucky to have them in the room, right? A lot of them are in the room, so I love it. And it forces
100%. 100%. And
I
it's a
second
good
that.
team.
Yes, sir. Yep. I second that 100%.
Your NUAI is moving, big cap.
Yes, sir. I'm looking right at it.
Kev,
Too.
I grabbed
Also, INDI, also SLDP. Only one that ain't really doing anything right now is my NVTS and my TMQ, but they will.
I grabbed the warrants, by the way, too. I grabbed shares and warrants.
Oh shit!
I just
Nice.
want to follow it. Yeah.
So do you have to hold those till 2029?
No, you can exercise anytime you want. It's like an options play. You don't have to hold it. But if it goes to, I think they said 1150, it'll get exercised. But it's for 2029. That's a massive amount of time.
Ticker. ERO Copper. ERO is the ticker. That's Echo Romeo Oscar. I have the 21 November $30 call at 12,559 contracts against an open interest of 99. They're buying it.
Let's go. Got a common position at 1990, boy. I had it set for 20, but got filled at 1990, whatever. And I got a SCCO leap.
I tailed those. Silencius ERO. I'm in those. November's.
He said they buying it, boy. Let's go.
Let's go.
Man, you need copper and everything, damn near. It's probably copper in your phone.
Who brought up the massive amount of the data center copper usage? God, it was somebody, and that
might have been me.
Was it you? God, that was kind of eye shocking to me.
Whenever I said that I was buying SCCO, whenever I said I was getting ERO, and I said I was grabbing copper, I talked about the data center infrastructure and all the copper that's going to be needed, wiring all that shit up, and everything. Like, bro, everything got copper in it for the most part, electronical. You need tons of copper, tons and tons of copper. All the electrical components, all the windings, the inner windings are all copper, bro. People don't understand how much copper is going to be needed.
Well, this is not copper. Well, speaking of copper, I see some call flow for FCX, $45 strikes.
That is copper, bro.
Their leaps.
Yep, that's copper.
That is copper.
The other one was AG silver. AG calls are coming in as leaps. They're targeting the $15 strike.
Bro, I'm targeting copper. I'm targeting semiconductor infrastructure with a pH. Bro, I'm targeting the water. I'm targeting everything, bro. Like you got to be prepared for everything. I'm just saying.
So real quick, ticker SMCI just dropped DCBBS, one-stop shop revolutionizing AI data centers. Supermicro's Data Center Building Block Solutions, DCBBS, launches as a full new business line, bundling services, storage, networking, liquid cooling, up to 98% heat removal, power systems, and super cloud management. Factory tested for rapid deployment, slashing time to online while cutting power use by 40%. Perfect for hyperscalers racing to build AI factories available now. You know anything about that, Monodiv? What do you think of that? Is that new, or is that just kind of what they all do?
Well, it's basically a pre-configured solution, right? So if you don't have the expertise of Amazon, Microsoft, or Google, you really need help to put it all together. They're offering you everything in a package. That's all it is. So SMCI needs to do that because their customers are typically not the big three or even the big five. So they have to package everything together. So a smaller data center player can just quickly bring it up and running. So it's a value add, right? They're going to charge more for it. They're going to keep. So versus somebody else, right? Another large contractor getting some of the profits. These guys are trying to capture the entire value chain.
Any flow there, Beard, for SMCI that you see off of this?
Let me see. Right now, I'm seeing First Solar flow coming over. SMCI.
Man, I was looking at First Solar yesterday, and that thing had popped today. It's crazy.
Yeah, First Solar had the 55s for Friday, 54s, and 60s for November 21st. Somebody also targeted the 65s for November 21st, 181K in premium. Yeah, decent amount of flow. That came over at 9:30 this morning, though. So the most recent was 60s. That came over at 11:13 for November 21st. They probably knew about this news in the morning.
Joby Aviation on the rip again.
Yeah, Joby can't stop, won't stop.
So Jeffrey, SMCI, I see a couple of interesting things. 55 puts for tomorrow being sold. So they expect it to be higher than, well over 50, not tomorrow, I'm sorry, again, 17th. So 55 puts for this Friday expiry. So that means this is going to be higher than $57 is the expectation.
Appreciate that, Monte. Go ahead, Kev.
Ticker, CAN, currently up 15%, over $1.75. Next stop, $2. Currently up over 100% on my comment position. See if we can get to $2.
Ticker. Hood. New high a day. I'm gonna grab the 140 calls for this week. Lotto size.
I put my short back on Hood as a starter, though.
I swear to God, bro, the last month you and I have been on the other side of this Hood trade every day.
I'm on the other side of a
He's
lot
on
of people.
on all the other sides of the trade, dude.
He fading everything. He is
Anything you
fading
get into,
everything.
Beard's gonna take the opposite.
That's why I go after him all the time. Yeah.
I love it, Beard. Hey man, I like when we trade off, bro. It's what makes it
Hey, Jeffrey, he's the new Andrew.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, y'all don't remember Andrew. Y'all don't remember Andrew. He was the one who he came and regularly traded Nvidia, and then he would trade QQQ to kind of combat his Nvidia trade, as opposed to trading one of the Nvidia ETFs, the leveraged ETFs. But it would seem like he would fade everybody's play to the point where somebody was like, "Hey man, what are you just fading all my plays? Like what's going on?" Like he'd be right in here and Jeffrey would be like, and I'm just using Jeffrey as an example. This is what would happen. This is just an example. Names and dates have been changed to protect the innocent. So, Jeffrey would be like, yeah, I'm in 6,600 calls. And about 2 seconds later, he's like, yeah, I'm in 6,550 puts.
Yeah, but half the time he was on the other side of like the room, right? The whole room saw it, but he didn't. And he'd be like, yeah, I'm going short. And he'd get wiped, dude. He'd get, I had to cover. It was going against one
Yeah, he
person's
would.
not
Then
bad.
you wouldn't see him for a couple of days. But like, here's the thing: like, if it's just obvious as hell, with me, and this is just me, I try my best to be like, look, bro, look, you pissing in the wind. You might not want to go. Look, bro, and I think I try to be good with that, and I did that with him, but he would still kind of go, and I can only say so much. Like with Jeffrey, I'll do the same with Jeffrey. I'll be like, hey, Jeff, look, bro, you might not want to take that. Look, whatever. And I might be right and I might be wrong, but if I'm really strong about it, I'm going to say something about it, and I would hope that you all would do the same with me.
Yeah.
Good ticker.
Nope.
Ticker. Ford Motor Company. Ticker F. That's Foxtrot. Opened lower, ripped higher, consolidated on the rip again. Currently up 1.08% at $11.66.
The only reason I have a short on Hood still is just the exposure or potential SEC letter that they might get for some of their betting. But I have one contract. I have to call my profit.
Sanchez Ford is in my list of companies expected to beat guidance. To beat earnings.
I've been long comments on that since $9 and trading around it with options.
Do you see flow in it?
I wasn't looking at flow. I'm just saying that I've just been trading around it for months with options.
Oh, here's some interesting flow that came over. CRM 247s and a halves and 250s for Friday. 500, 600, let's say 700K in premium just came over.
Yeah. Hey man, I was
And
talking about that this morning, Salesforce.
Yeah, SMCI $55 strike for Friday. 75K in premium came over.
Whoa.
Don't sleep on Bitfarm. BITF. Don't sleep on Bitfarm. Look like it still wants to continue higher. BITF.
Bull Bear, go pull up SLV 1027 $47 strike, bro. This 42,000 contracts today gets an open interest of 900. 42,000.
So also CRM, you guys, Dreamforce is on from today through Friday. So that's going to be a huge news cycle for CRM. So Dreamforce is a massive conference. There's 5 to 10,000 people attend that conference.
Wait, AJ, you said SLV, which one? 47 and a half?
No, the 47s for 1027, 42,000 contracts loaded today.
Oh, wow.
Against an open interest of 900.
Yeah.
Good God. Yeah, I'm going to take those too. Cheap.
Yeah.
CRM has a lot of volume versus open interest on the 255s for Friday.
I see that 5,200 versus.
I grabbed the 250s just when you guys are talking.
Yeah, I'm grabbing the 255s.
Same.
Yeah, I grabbed the 300s for November.
How much was those? 480.
Hold on, what was that? Hold on, what are you guys talking about? I got lost on something.
CRM.
145, AJ.
Bet.
There's a volume of 1,500 on those right now.
Yeah, I also have the June 300s. Oh, sorry, no, I got the April because the Junes were pretty pricey.
Oh, whoa, Joby, full Magoo, bro. Up almost 5%, Joby. What?
Yeah, 17 and a half calls coming over for Friday. 100K in premium.
Let's go, baby. Full send.
All right. Okay. Now, sorry. Because I was too busy looking at something else, and I'll share that with you all in a second. What all contracts are we getting with Salesforce?
I'm in the 250s. Others are in 255s. I grabbed 255s as well. 250s, 255s for Friday.
Expiration.
Friday, sir.
Oh, we're grabbing weeklies. Okay. All right. Y'all made that easy for me. Okay. So, if you look up top, so Silencius shouted out the 17th for January on DataBridge, DBRG. So if you look up top, there's a Tesla Elon Musk angle with this. So there's a potential deal with DataBridge and OpenAI. I don't know if anyone talked about this. If they did, I missed it. But there might be a there, and why all that volume keeps accumulating right there at the 17th for January. I think Celestin said that they was just buying that thing heavy.
Good work. So, but when you were probably didn't hear the buys, I believe this is Salesforce's. What is it like? What's what?
Dreamforce is their user
conference
conference.
thing.
It's one of the largest. It is one of the largest, and that's where they make most of the product announcements.
Yeah, they always got
Oh yeah, yeah, hell yeah.
sitting out there for the day or two talking to them. Yeah, for sure, it's huge. It's huge.
Yeah, I went further up.
Yeah, when A-Man came in and said he liked it, I was already looking at it. I liked that, but now you guys saying y'all are buying it, I'm like, oh shit, I need to buy it
Yeah, I
too.
went out to November 300s.
Well, I think too, with all that news with Walmart, Shopify, Etsy, I think there'll be some OpenAI news as well. That's just my vibe thesis.
Yeah, I like the 300s for November better than the weekly Fridays, but those are probably
Ain't nobody got time to wait till the vendor to make money. Ain't no time for that. Tomorrow.
Honestly, I've been making more money on some of my leaps than I have been on
100%.
shorter term.
Yeah, those are big movers, man. You guys get the names that Kevin's been shouting. Look at this, fucking $1 to $20. You can retire, man, if it's optionable. Give me one of those goddamn plays, and I'll fucking half port it. Tired of missing these gems.
He said, "I'll half port it." I like that.
ticker AST Space Mobile. New all-time high is up 6.5% today, $96.34, and currently ripping.
Man, I was supposed to buy those today. Fuck, we were talking about Rocket Lab earlier. I can't believe I missed that.
You might want to look into it a little bit more because on my side, I see the 91 puts for November 21st on ASTS, 13 million in premium, but I think that's part of a bigger trade or a complex strategy and not just straight put buying.
Yeah, every time somebody talks about Rocket Lab, I just buy Space Mobile.
Yeah.
Kev, UAMY, they're targeting the $19 strikes for Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Premium.
They want to keep that bitch over 20.
Good afternoon to the Bulls.
Good afternoon.
I don't know any Bulls, but good afternoon, bro. I don't know any Bears either, though. So, I mean,
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, boy. Oh my god.
I'm just happy we came up with a strat that is working.
Yeah. Yo, these Delta Airlines 62.5 calls for January are up 20%. Delta Airlines is full magoo.
Powell speaks in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So just make sure you're.
yeah, I forgot about
You guys
that.
want me to play that if I could
Yeah,
find
please
it?
do. Please.
Yes, please, sir.
So I've been I've been basically
Dude,
just waiting.
the people. I'm sorry, Beard. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I've been waiting to buy after this.
Yeah, me too. I've been staying away from the general market.
The people that we know on this app, like there's a lot of them. Some of them work in the energy sector in Texas, dude. I would love to bring him this NUAI company. I'm just curious who they are, who do they work with, you know, what kind of contracts they have. Could this thing get a lot bigger? They just be. There's so many people in this app that work relative to all of this industry that it's great, and there's a bunch of people from Texas that are in the energy sector that we can always talk to, right? So it'd be interesting. Energy, utility, all kinds of stuff. I'm sorry, guys. It's just the top of my head because I'm still concentrating on this name.
Bull Bear, everything work out with the neighbor in the tree?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. Barely missed the kids' room by mere feet, bro. Thank God.
Oh, I'm glad everything's okay.
That would have been
Ticker CAN. Cannot stop. This thing looked like it's headed straight for $2, man. $1.80, 18.5%. Keep on pushing.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I won't give you any more 5-cent incremental increases.
Yeah, I'm in the $2 calls.
The next shout out will be a 5% increase.
I grabbed the $2 calls for 2028. Plus, I'm insured, so I'm Gucci.
Gucci.
Hold on, let me finish looking for this thing. It's about to talk.
Prestigious award.
Oh, here we go.
And for the opportunity to speak to you here today. So, as we all know, monetary policy is more effective when the public understands what the Federal Reserve does and why. With that in mind, I hope to enhance understanding of one of the more arcane and technical aspects of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. A colleague recently compared this topic to a trip to the dentist, but I found that comparison somewhat unfair to dentists. So today I'll discuss the essential role that our balance sheet played during the pandemic, along with some lessons learned. I'll then review our ample reserves implementation framework and the progress we've made toward normalizing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll conclude with some brief remarks on the economic outlook. So, one of the primary purposes of a central bank is to provide the monetary foundation for the financial system and the broader economy. This foundation is made of central bank liabilities. On the Fed's balance sheet, the liability side of the ledger totaled $6.5 trillion as of October 8, and three categories account for roughly 95% of the total. First, Federal Reserve notes, that is physical currency, totaled $2.4 trillion. Second, reserves, funds held by depository institutions at Federal Reserve banks, totaled $3 trillion. These deposits allow commercial banks to make and receive payments and meet regulatory requirements. Reserves are the safest and most liquid asset in the financial system, and only the Fed can create them. The adequate provision of reserves is essential to the safety and soundness of our banking system, the resilience and efficiency of our payment system, and ultimately the stability of our economy. Third is the Treasury General Account, or TGA, currently at about $800 billion, which is essentially the checking account for the federal government. When the Treasury makes or receives payments, those flows affect dollar for dollar the supply of reserves or other liabilities in the system. The asset side of our ledger consists almost entirely of securities, including $4.2 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities and $2.1 trillion of government-guaranteed agency mortgage-backed securities, or when we add reserves to the system, we generally do so by purchasing Treasury securities in the open market and crediting the reserve accounts of the banks involved in the transaction with the seller.
Whoa.
This
Big
process
buy in here.
effectively
Big buy, guys.
transforms securities held by the
66660. 66.
the total amount of government liabilities held by the public. So, the Fed's balance sheet serves as a critical policy tool, especially when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound, or ELB. When COVID-19 struck in March 2020, the economy came to a near standstill and financial markets seized up, threatening to transform a public health crisis into a severe, prolonged economic downturn.
11% KQQ calls.
We established a number of emergency liquidity facilities. Those programs, supported at the time by Congress and the administration, provide critical support to markets and were remarkably effective in restoring confidence and stability. At their peak in July 2020, loans from these facilities totaled just over $200 billion. Most of these loans were quickly unwound as conditions stabilized. At the same time, the market for U.S. Treasury securities, normally the deepest and most liquid market in the world and the bedrock of the global financial system, was under extraordinary pressure and on the verge of collapse. We used large-scale purchases of securities to restore functionality to the Treasury market. Faced with unprecedented market dysfunction, the Fed purchased Treasury and agency securities at an extraordinary pace in March and April of 2020. These purchases supported the flow of credit to households and businesses and fostered more accommodative financial conditions to support the recovery of the economy when it ultimately came. This source of policy accommodation was particularly important as we had already lowered the federal funds rate close to zero and expected that it would remain there for some time. By June 2020, we slowed our purchase pace to a still substantial $120 billion per month. And in December of 2020, as the economic outlook remained highly uncertain, the FOMC said that we expected to maintain that pace of purchases until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. That guidance provided assurance that the Fed would not prematurely withdraw support while the economic recovery remained fragile amid unprecedented conditions. And we maintained that pace of asset purchases through October 2021. By then, it had become apparent that elevated inflation was not likely to go away without a strong monetary response. At our meeting in November 2021, we announced a phase-out of our purchases, and at our next meeting in December, we doubled the pace of that taper and said that asset purchases would conclude by mid-March of 2022. Over the entire period of purchases, our securities holdings increased by $4.6 trillion. So, a number of observers have raised questions, fairly enough, about the size and composition of asset purchases during the pandemic recovery. Throughout 2020 and 21, the economy continued to face significant challenges as successive waves of COVID caused widespread disruption and loss. During that tumultuous period, we continued to purchase in order to avoid a sharp, unwelcome tightening of financial conditions at a time when the economy still appeared to be highly vulnerable. Our thinking was, was informed by recent episodes in which signals about reducing the balance sheet had triggered significant tightening in financial conditions, and we were thinking of the events of December 2018, as well as the 2013 taper tantrum. Regarding the composition of our purchases, some have questioned the inclusion of agency MBS purchases given the strong housing market during the pandemic recovery. Outside of purchases aimed specifically at market functioning, MBS purchases are primarily intended, like our purchases of Treasury securities, to ease broader financial conditions when the policy rate is constrained by the effective lower bound. The extent to which these MBS purchases disproportionately affected housing market conditions during that period is challenging to determine. Many factors affect the mortgage market, and many factors beyond the mortgage market affect supply and demand in the broader housing market. With the clarity of hindsight, we could have, and perhaps should have, stopped asset purchases sooner. Our real-time decisions were intended to serve as insurance against downside risks. We knew that we could unwind purchases relatively quickly once we ended them, which is exactly what we did. Research and experience tell us that asset purchases affect the economy through expectations regarding the future size and duration of our balance sheet, so that when we announced our taper, market participants began pricing in its effects, pulling forward the tightening in financial conditions. Stopping sooner could have made some difference, but not likely enough to fundamentally alter the trajectory of the economy. Nonetheless, our experience since 2020 does suggest that we can be more nimble in our use of the balance sheet and more confident that our communications will foster appropriate expectations among market participants, given their growing experience with these tools. Some have also argued that we could have better explained the purpose of asset purchases in real time. There's always room for improved communication, but I believe our statements were reasonably clear about our objectives, which were to support and then sustain smooth market functioning and to help foster accommodative financial conditions. Over time, the relative importance of those objectives evolved with economic conditions, but the objectives were never in conflict. So at the time, this issue appeared to be a distinction without much of a difference. That's not always the case, of course. For example, the March 2023 banking stress led to a sizable increase in our balance sheet through lending operations. We clearly differentiated these financial stability operations from our monetary policy stance. Indeed, we continued to raise the policy rate through that time. Turning to my second topic, our ample reserves regime has proven highly effective, delivering good control of our policy rate across a wide range of challenging economic conditions, while promoting financial stability and supporting a resilient payment system. In this framework, an ample supply of reserves ensures adequate liquidity in the banking system, and control of our policy rate is achieved through the setting of our administered rates, interest on reserve balances, and the overnight repurchase rate. Reverse repo rate, rather. This approach allows us to maintain rate control independently of the size of our balance sheet. And that's important given large unpredictable swings in liquidity demand from the private sector and significant fluctuations in the autonomous factors affecting reserve supply, such as the TGA. This framework has proved resilient whether the balance sheet is shrinking or growing. Since June 2022, we've reduced the size of our balance sheet by $2.2 trillion, from 35% to just under 22% of GDP, while maintaining effective interest rate control. Our long-stated plan is to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserves conditions. We may approach that point in coming months, and we are closely monitoring a wide range of indicators to inform this decision. Some signs have begun to emerge that liquidity conditions are gradually tightening, including a general firming of repo rates, along with more noticeable but temporary pressures on selected dates. The committee's plans lay out a deliberately cautious approach to avoid the kind of money market strains experienced in September 2019. Moreover, the tools of our implementation framework, including the standing repo facility and the discount window, will help contain funding pressures and keep the federal funds rate within our target range through this transition to lower reserve levels. Normalizing the size of our balance sheet does not mean going back to the balance sheet we had before the pandemic. In the longer run, the size of our balance sheet is determined by the public's demand for our liabilities rather than by our pandemic-related asset purchases. Non-reserved liabilities currently stand about $1.1 trillion higher than just prior to the pandemic, thus requiring that our securities holdings be equally higher. Demand for reserves has risen as well, in part reflecting the growth of the banking system and the overall economy. Regarding the composition of our securities portfolio, relative to the outstanding universe of Treasury securities, our portfolio is currently overweight longer-term securities and underweight shorter-term securities. The longer-run composition will be a topic of committee discussion. Transition to our desired composition will occur gradually and predictably, giving market participants time to adjust and minimizing the risk of market disruption. Consistent with our longstanding guidance, we aim for a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities over the longer run. Some have questioned whether the interest we pay on reserves is costly to taxpayers. In fact, that is not the case. The Fed earns interest income from Treasury securities that back reserves. Most of the time, our interest earnings from Treasury holdings more than cover the interest paid on reserves, generating significant remittances to the Treasury. By law, we remit all profits to the Treasury after covering expenses. And since 2008, even after accounting for the recent period of negative net income, our total remittances to Treasury have totaled more than $900 billion. While our net interest income has temporarily been negative due to the rapid rise in policy rates to control inflation, this is highly unusual. Our net income will soon turn positive again, as it typically has been throughout our history. Of course, having negative net income has no bearing at all on our ability to conduct monetary policy or meet our financial obligations. If our ability to pay interest on reserves and other liabilities were eliminated, the Fed would lose control over rates. The stance of monetary policy would no longer be appropriately calibrated to economic conditions and would push the economy away from our employment and price stability goals. To restore rate control, large sales of securities over a short period of time would be needed to shrink our balance sheet and the quantity of reserves in the system. The volume and speed of these sales could strain Treasury market functioning and compromise financial stability. Market participants would need to absorb the sales of Treasury securities and agency MBS, which would put upward pressure on the entire yield curve, raising borrowing costs for the Treasury and private sector. Even after that volatile and disruptive process, the banking system would be less resilient and more vulnerable to liquidity shocks. The bottom line is our ample reserves regime has proven remarkably effective for implementing monetary policy and supporting economic and financial stability. So I will close with a brief discussion of the economy and the outlook for monetary policy. Although some important government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, we routinely review a wide variety of public and private sector data that have remained available. We also maintain a nationwide network of contacts through the reserve banks who provide valuable insights which will be summarized in tomorrow's Beige Book. Based on the data we do have, it's fair to say that the outlook for employment and inflation does not appear to have changed much since our September meeting 4 weeks ago. Data available prior to the shutdown, however, show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected. While the unemployment rate remained low through August, payroll gains have slowed sharply, likely in part due to a decline in labor force growth due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. While official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue their downward trajectories. Meanwhile, 12-month core PCE inflation was 2.9% in August, up slightly from earlier this year, as rising core goods inflation has outpaced continued disinflation in housing services. Available data and surveys continue to show that goods price increases primarily reflect tariffs rather than broader inflationary pressures. Consistent with these effects, near-term inflation expectations have generally increased this year, while most longer-term expectation measures remain aligned with our 2% goal. Rising downside risks to employment have shifted our assessment of the balance of risks. As a result, we judged it appropriate to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance at our September meeting. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate the tension between our employment and inflation goals. This challenge was evident in the dispersion of committee participants' projections at the September meeting. And I'll stress again that these projections should be understood as representing a range of potential outcomes whose probabilities evolve as new information informs our meeting-by-meeting approach to policymaking. We'll set policy based on the evolution of the economic outlook and the balance of risks rather than following a predetermined path. And with that, thank you again for this wonderful award and for inviting me here today. I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
With that, market goes higher.
Didn't he just basically say he was going to cut rates again?
Yep, basically.
He really doesn't have a choice.
And the futures did nothing.
Incorrect. QQQ calls up 15%, taking 2/3 trimming on the 604's roll-ups. 600's deep in the money.
Let's go. You know
I
what?
think those are already priced in, those rate cuts.
So when you guys called out the CRM, I took the 1128 260 280 call spread for $3.50. So 1128 260 280 call spread. So that's a 5-to-1 payoff. And I'm going to sell the weekly near the money puts to zero out that as we get closer every week. So.
Mm-hmm.
While Powell was speaking, I also grabbed some MP 105 calls for Friday. It's starting to break out of a bull flag.
You know what went ballistic? Still going crazy? Joby Wankanobi, baby. 5.70%, 1778.
On Polymarket, now it's a 93% chance of a 25 basis point decrease.
Let's go.
So that's a Magoo, right?
Ticker.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Magoo. So ticker, locked in profits on the NBTS 12.5 calls for next week, up 32%, not added the 15s. NBTS.
Man, I hope those guys that were short this morning covered. This market looks strong.
Yeah, it'll probably get rejected into the day. We'll see. It could be strong. We'll see.
ES ceiling, good afternoon, guys. ES ceiling is now 67.20. got revised on every pullback to price in volatility to the upside.
So on KOPN, that's been discussed a lot here. KOPN January $5 calls. 10,000 contracts came in around, so they paid 59 cents for it. 590,000.
Let's go.
So ticker, IE, Iron Horse, catching that bid, full bid. Look at that daily time frame. Look at that weekly time frame. This thing is full bid. As long if it clears 17, man, it's over with. Hop in your Nova quick. IE, Ivanhoe Electric.
Yeah, IE. I like IE. I was reading up somewhere. I didn't call it out in space because I have to do a little bit more digging. But it seems like they're also getting into like the production side of electrical equipment.
Yes,
From
sir.
what I was seeing.
I'm in it for more of the mining aspect of them, the copper mining and all that.
Ticker.
It's not an electric company. It's a mining company, a digging company.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I said I'm going to do a little bit more digging. But it seems like they're expanding a bit. They're
ATLX 7.5 calls for April of next year just trimmed up 10%. ATLX.
Move up stops on the 604 roll ups 17.5% over 80 a con. 600's fully out. 604 is printing.
Let's go, baby.
ES's floor also collapsed while the ceiling revised up, which means that indicates market makers expecting more volatility. So don't get caught chasing longs because it could be a quick rug pull.
Ticker SLS. Celestials. This thing went and tore faces off, bro. It's up almost 3% right now. SLS.
Hey, I'm not saying buy.
Shout
I
out
don't know the name.
Silencius.
I don't know the name. Real quick, we're here at yesterday's highs. if it supports here, we go to 6,700. That's what I think. If it's supported here,
I'm seeing put flow come over for Hood, but I'm thinking it's part of a broader strategy because I see 10 million, no, 12, let's say 13 million in puts for November 21st and October 17th, 125s, but they're blocks.
ticker poet shook the tree this morning and ramping. We're almost at $9.
I like that, Jeffrey. You say shook the tree. Yes, sir.
That's what happens with these when they want to get in. You see it all the time.
Oh, ticker LAES. Nice V-shaped recovery here. Double bottom on the 15-minute, and it's looking good here. They're buying it. LAES.
I don't know if Monative or Silencius, if you could look at Hood and see if you understand what that $10 million put buy is about, if you don't mind.
Ticker CCCX, also almost high of day. And that could have that NVIDIA news come out. Did anyone know, is that during that NVIDIA conference? You know, they're going to have a 40-minute discussion, CCCX.
Ticker ASTS, $1 away from 100, 98. Moved up $13 today off the low.
Beard, I don't see anything for 10 million on Hood. I don't see any flow for 10 million.
Hood today?
No, I see, let me pull back up. I see it just came over 9 million for the 125 strikes puts, expiration November 21st. And there's also a 730,000 in premium October 17th puts 125.
I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see any of that. The largest I see is 1.44 million, 125 puts for April. That's the largest. That's the largest value traded today.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see that either, Beard.
Opening.
You want to take a screenshot and share it in the purple pill? I don't know.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Because I know you're long on that.
Well, it's not about being long or short. It's about not seeing the same thing you're seeing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering because they have. I'm gonna refresh my window.
Yeah.
Fuck, bro, I can't believe this. Ticker, DAL, Delta Airlines, full fucking magoo, bro. Up 4.40% and pushing. They're buying the shit out of Delta. These calls are up 40% for January.
UAL has earnings this week, so it might be why they're doing sympathy.
Yeah, I think these were called out by Monetives, these 62.5 for January.
Yeah, and UL has earnings tomorrow after close.
Yep.
So UAL has So didn't DAL already report well, or the other way around?
Super. The report was really good. They guided up. They're paying off loans, so the profitability, the balance sheet is looking a lot better. I mean, it was. I talked about it.
You did.
When I'm gushing about a report, it actually, it takes a lot to impress me on a balance sheet. But when I'm gushing, pay attention.
I was gonna say that, Montev. I think I've only seen you be impressed with a report once in like a month.
Yeah, that's Oracle.
And what was that? What was that one? What was that?
UAL. Well, DAL reported well, but UAL has earnings tonight, tomorrow, whatever. So I'm gonna grab some UAL as well.
Yeah, it strikes me about once a month or so, about 4 or 5, maybe in an earnings season. Pay attention when I do that because I rarely get worked up over a report.
Oh, there's something to share with you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm looking at the 105s
I tagged you.
for this week. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Beer. I'm looking at the 105s UALs for 280.
Monative, really quick. Have you ever heard about these global investors portfolio?
No, but tell me.
So their biggest investment in their portfolio is United Airlines, and they just added JetBlue to their portfolio, which is
Right
the
on.
second.
I mean, look, all of these airlines, you have to remember, they were close to death. They loaded up on debt because they had zero revenue. They had to keep their employees, and they did not want to sell, planes for zero cost, right, during COVID. So they loaded up on debt, and that is what's skewing their profitability. That's what makes their balance sheet look bad. Last 3 years, they are selling those. I mean, they are paying down that debt fast. Balance sheets improving dramatically every quarter. This is the point about airlines in US is the quality of the stock has changed.
Yeah, I've been beating the drum about JetBlue. I mean, it's so cheap, guys. It's so cheap, so cheap. And one of the early investors. Let me just tie this back. One of the early investors in Joby is JetBlue. So do what you will with that information.
And they have one of the youngest fleets too.
Yep. And they had grounded some of their fleets. I forgot. It was. I'll find out the information. I'll get back to you about this. But they had grounded a big part of their fleet because of something with the engines.
Yeah. It's the A320s have a Raytheon engine that has problems with their blades because it's a powdered metal process that has cracks.
Yep. There you go. Yep. That's exactly it. And they're bringing those back online just in time for you know what, the World Cup next year. So.
Real quick, I hate to do this.
No, go ahead. Let's go.
Jeff, are you looking for a DGen play?
Yeah, 6700s for a buck.
I got another one for you that I have no idea what this does, but a very unusual flow. RNA, Avidity Biosciences
Yeah,
Inc.
there was supposed to be a takeover target, but what are you seeing? Go ahead.
Well, I see September 18th.
This is like a rare disease genomics play. Go ahead.
$70 strike. Currently, it's trading at 47, and they put $1.5 million in premium, all in that one strike.
It's a
all in that day.
$70 strike.
$70 strike. It
Wow.
currently
But
trades
but
at 48.
big money doesn't do that when or do they if they know that there's a buyout coming? This is a buyout target. RNA.
I have no idea. But if you look at that strike on your option chain, you'll see there's 1K in volume versus 0 in open interest. Expensive though. It's $7 a contract. So
The ticker. Look at JetBlue today, up almost 8.30%. They're buying JetBlue. I'm gonna beat the drum one last time. I'm in the $3 calls for January 2027.
this option chain is wild. Sorry, I'm on the RNA one. It's $3.50 for the 60s, but then 65s is $10.
What?
I think there's just no volume in this chain, so it's just all over the place.
So they didn't buy it at the ask though. It's a bid.
No, they bought it at the ask.
Oh my gosh.
At $10.
They paid $7.75.
And what was the other one you said was
$7.80.
$3.50?
Sorry, so all those strikes was all at $70 for September 18th. I was just looking at different dates for cheaper options.
I'm looking at that. The time and sales on that is there was two blocks for some 460 contracts each of the 18 September 70 calls. One was at 770, one was at 780. Both were in between the bid and the ask.
So what does that mean to you, Silencio? They're buying, right? They're bidding and buying?
I'd say likely, yeah.
This has always been a buyout, a takeover target, but I just can't understand how big money would just go way out like that.
Hey Jeffrey.
Yeah.
How's your NPR position, your NPWR position looking?
I'll send the flow over to you, Jeff. My thinking is that maybe this is tinfoil hat thinking, but maybe they just want to hide it, so they're trying to get more time on it, so you can't say, "Oh, it was an insider trade" when you bought a couple months out. Like these deals are worked on for a while. It's not something that just happens over a weekend.
This is my guy? Monolithic.
No, it's my guy.
The thing is,
no. You keep looking up the wrong one. In PWR.
I was like, this is $1,000. Hope I got this one.
Gold is getting a real bid right now. GLD and silver. 395s for November.
Joby, $18. Fucking send it, bro. Let's go. I exercise these $12 calls in Joby for January 2027. Up 120%. Wait, what? Jeffrey, look at your prime.
I saw it was getting smashed. What's it at?
It made a double bottom on the 10-minute. It's up. It's green.
Yeah, just
Yeah, everything's risk on now.
everything's risk on. Even China, guys. China's ripping too off the lows. For the guy that asked me what's the buyout, it's always been DNA. That's the only thing I could think of. Is there a possible buyout, right? That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's something that you could just keep an eye on. You don't have to buy it right away. It's not going to get bought tomorrow, and you can maybe get it at a better price if it has a dip day, if you want to follow. I'll watch it. It's unusual enough that I think it's interesting. Nope.
Jeez, DPZ from the low today, it's up 6-7%. It's up 5% anyway, or 4% anyway. $14.
I think they have earnings this week too, don't they?
This
Today.
morning.
Damn it, son of a.
Today it was excellent. You guys don't read anything I post.
No, that's not true. I forget half the things.
Hold on,
I
where'd you
read.
post it at? Did you post it here in the space?
I forget half the things I read, Monative. That's not against you.
DPZ. Actually, yeah, I posted in the group. I think you left for some reason, whatever.
that one
but yeah, but I posted there, right? I posted all the updates in the group. Every earnings I listened and I posted.
No, that one. If you post it there.
Oh no, I'm
Right?
not a part of any groups.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Dude, the chat group, your group.
Oh no, he left that.
I don't have a group. I don't have a group. This wasn't
No,
my
the
group.
TTP, the TTB,
Bull Bears.
whatever you call it.
Bull Bears.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry. Well, that was the only place I could post because the space had not started and I was listening and posting live. So that's the only place I could post.
No, all good. All good.
Anyway, DPZ, the launch out of it is double beat, 5.2% same store sales growth in US and 1.7% outside. So 1.7% was a miss. The 5.2% was a nice beat. Overall guide is neutral to positive, but a double beat all the same. That's the net of it.
Last quarter, I think they had a miss on both sides, right? Wasn't their earnings pretty soft?
Was that a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, they missed on top line. They missed earnings by 19-22 cents, but they came in line on revenue. So last quarter was not good. This quarter that they reported today is much better.
Might be interesting to start taking a look at all those restaurant plays if they're having a stronger third quarter.
Ticker ES. The opening ceiling on ES was 67.30. We just tapped the ceiling at 6719.75. So more than likely, market maker will revise the ceiling back to the open ceiling at market open, back up on this pullback.
So hydrogen fuel cell look like it's ready for that next leg up. Specifically talking about BE, Bloom Energy, BLDP, Ballard Power, PLUG, Plug Power, and FCEL Fuel Cell.
DBRG is up 15% today. A lot of call flows coming over. It's Digital Bridge Group. I'm not quite sure what they do, but they're having a huge,
Y'all don't
a lot of
listen.
flow coming in.
Y'all don't listen. Look up top.
At all.
Look up. It's the first thing up top. Look up top, bro.
I'm on desktop. The up top doesn't work very well.
Oh, okay. So
I
your
called
ears
that
don't
thing
work
out
very
earlier
well.
today with the January 17th $17. What the hell calls that I called out on that?
Oh, the collab
The
with Tesla.
17s. They're the January 17s. I'm in those. So yeah, that's why I know.
Yeah. Good job.
It's a,
But yeah,
it's a data center REIT. That's what it is.
Okay. A lot of flow.
Yeah, and the sentiment behind it is Elon Musk saying that he's thinking that Tesla's XAI is about to do a deal with DataBridge.
Thank you.
Fluor Corporation, FLR is at highs of day at currently up 1.65% at $48 even.
Sorry, guys. I stepped away if anybody said anything. The wife was yelling at me about door prices.
No, you're good, bro. Nobody said anything. Not at least not to you.
Thanks for that flow, Beard. I'm gonna look at that tonight.
So with this government shutdown, does that mean you guys don't get your mail anymore?
No. The mail is independent of the government. The mail is self-funded.
Okay. Just curious. Over here, our mail's on strike all the time, so we don't get our mail.
I guess that's the one good thing that we have up on Canadians is that our mail doesn't operate through the federal government, even though it's a federal entity. It's self-funded.
U.S. Postal Service is what is called a quasi-federal organization. The USPS employees are federal when it's convenient for the government for us to be federal and not when we're not.
Kind of like Intel. Bad joke.
Bad
Okay,
joke.
that
Bad
was
joke.
funny. Sorry, that was really funny.
Monative, I don't know if this was asked already, but what do you think of the next new scam pump with OpenAI investing in Qualcomm? Are they a good candidate?
Well, why not, right? They'll go to. I mean, if you open your wallet and somebody from OpenAI is there, they're gonna come to you, man. They're pimping themselves out to everybody with a balance sheet that's positive.
I'm
Right?
talking about also from flow perspective. I know it's funny because like the circle jerk keeps getting bigger. I'm just trying to know. I'm trying
So
to
the
figure out who's the
problem,
next candidate. You know.
look, everybody needs to keep this going. So the calculus these days is if I throw some money at a future deal and it helps my stock price today, I'm better off. That's what they're doing. That's what everybody is doing. So there's no, I don't know contractually how much is tight in these deals, whether any of them get started at all or anything gets done beyond that, beyond the announcement. I don't know. I cannot imagine that without a
But is there
massive
like
debt
a
raise, it's going to
technical?
work.
Is there a technical reason as to why OpenAI would invest in them? Is that like a company they would do
So
business with, or
so I mean, again, right? There's a lot of interconnection. So SoftBank, which is a big investor in this whatever Stargate or whatever the heck that's called. ARM is also a licensee, one of the biggest licensees for ARM's one of the biggest licensees is Qualcomm. So if OpenAI is going to produce something that's ARM derived, Qualcomm could be a partner. So they're all aiming for some back and forth from it, right? Quid pro quo from the deal. So it's not one way in any case. So my guess is Qualcomm will ask to manufacture those ARM CPUs for OpenAI.
Who's putting up the money? It's literally
That's it. Don't ask difficult questions, right?
It's
Eventually,
literally IOUs, but that's what it is. Like you invest in us, and then when we're up and running, and we'll give you money that you give to us for investment, and then we'll give you LLM fucking software. Like that was ridiculous what I read.
everybody's balance sheet is going to blow out if they actually execute on any one of these contracts.
I'm sorry, is any of this financial fraud or no? Like just I don't understand
yet.
half the shit that's going on because
It's not a
OpenAI
fraud
said
yet.
Ticker, Starbucks, SBUX. I'm trimming these the fuck $90 calls up 23%. Starbucks, SBUX up 1.32%.
I like how you said not fraud yet, because the Sam Altman guy is saying that you're gonna have to come in turn. That you invest in us, we buy your GPUs in turn, and then later you buy our AI software. That's literally what he said. We don't even know what his AI software looks like yet. Like I don't get it, Monative.
Not one analyst has gone and asked Microsoft, hey, these guys are trying to sell their software to everybody. What happens to your deal with OpenAI? Has one analyst asked Microsoft? No. This whole thing is a house of cards. They're building all on a base that doesn't exist. It's like they're building castles in the air. But by the way, forget that. Let's talk about real stuff. PGY. I talked to you about this Israel list, right? It's in my Israel list that I sent to you. That's up almost 9% today. That's one I took a trade on.
Nice job,
Jeffrey?
guys. I love the room. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm getting yelled at by my wife too, so bear with me.
Ticker, KR Kroger. Target is $70. Kroger is at $69. And they trim these $70 calls up 56% for KR Kroger.
I see
Why are you
Butters
getting yelled at? Didn't you pay for the door?
doors, 17 of them, 17 fucking doors.
17 doors?
Yeah, 17 doors. Hey, real quick, Butters, what was that stock that we just dug into, Big Kev? NUAI. Butters, do you know anything about that guy? That's an EMP. It's a natural gas and helium EMP, and they're switching to Texas AI refinery builder kind of stuff, and seems pretty cool. I was wondering if Butters knows about it. Maybe I'll send him the ticker. But anyways, yeah.
I already sent it to him. I sent it to him when I sent it to you.
I didn't know. But he's far better than me at breaking down these type of companies. Way better. Same with Monative is too, and so is Big Kev. Like I'm just, yeah, this is not my sector at all.
Hey Jeffrey, if I tell you a duck can pull a truck, hook the motherfucker up.
Yeah, boy. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. McDonald's 305. Outside, baby. Come eat your Big Mac. Look at this thing, bro. Hold on, let me see. Trim these things again. McDonald's. Yeah, these are up 80%. McDonald's $300 calls for November.
I don't know if you remember this one, guys. Bright House Financial. I called this deal out. I took the trade on this, but they had an offer, or they still have an offer going private from Greenlight Capital, which is a big PE firm, for $70 a share. They've not accepted it, and this was trading at 45. It had gone down after the offer came, starting to move. So pay attention to that. BHF, Bright House Financial. So they have a $70 take private on the table. This must have been 2 weeks ago that I called it out.
I remember it.
Well done, sir.
Jeffrey, no, I'm still digging into that helium thing. That's something I think that you might see coming forward, that and scandium.
Going forward, what butters?
I'm still digging into that because it's going to be other rarities that are coming up, right? What are the laggards going to be?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And if anybody got into that ARAI from yesterday with Serb, the combo I said, you know, you're up pretty good. Take some profits.
Wells Fargo ticker WFC hit $85. So if you grab those calls with us, Gucci, big time. WFC. Man, Walmart is full magoo, bro. 4.5%, 106.
Shit, the entire market is full Magoo right now. Looking at the dollar looking weak, looking at Bitcoin and Ethereum, both of those looking like they're about to push right now. Looking at gold, silver, GDX, RSP, MAGS, all setting up to push right now. The VIX look like it's about to go test 1925 again. This big ass gap to fill down there on the VIX. The VIX look like it wants to go try to fill that gap. SPX, NDX, SPY, QQQ all setting up. If you look on the daily for the Russell look like it's about to have a breakout on the daily. The Russell looks super strong. Small caps look like they're about to have their moment. Their time to shine, fun in the sun. It's almost time for small caps. Look at Tesla. Tesla catching that bid. Looking like it's holding support and ready to push. Similar to Apple. Hood looks super strong. Beard, I don't know what you got going on with them Hood shorts. I hope you close those out, man, because Hood looks like it's about to blow. Nvidia looking like it's about to bounce off of the support level it's trying to hold. Micron pullback trying to hold serve. AMD pullback trying to hold serve. Intel already held serve, had a pop pulling back, but looked like it's holding value. Meta looking like it's still trying to figure out, had a slow consolidation to the upside, but still looks strong overall. Similar to Google, Google kind of led this whole push forward because Google, when everything else was pulling back, was just holding serve. So Google looks strong relatively. Adobe looking like it's trying to have an ascension to the upside, but Microsoft looks, shout out Elon, macro hard. Look like it's about to push right here. Oracle also looks super strong. UNH looks super strong. Was one of the leaders of this push because it didn't look weak as well. Palantir, MicroStrategy, and Coin all looking like they're pushing. Full bull, boy.
Let's go.
Man, I'm looking at potential Ethereum proxy plays, potential Bitcoin proxy plays. I already have a few Bitcoin proxy plays with Bitfarm and Canaan. So yeah, other Bitcoin proxy plays are out there in Ethereum, looking at SBET and BMNR.
Yo, shout out to D'Angelo, bro. D'Angelo passed away with cancer.
Brown sugar, babe.
Hey, yeah, boy.
I
Dang.
gets high on your love. I don't know how to behave.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. Another one.
You talking about that D'Angelo, right? Brown sugar D'Angelo, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, boy. The younger crowd is like, what the hell are they fucking talking about? Ninja Turtles? What are they talking about?
No, are they talking about brown sugar? Hold on. With some black people, they like the brown sugar. They're going to talk. They don't want to talk about the white granulated sugar. That was my Jeffrey voice, y'all.
Yo, he's getting yelled at. He can't come off mute right now. If he unmute that, you're gonna hear dog barking.
Hey,
You're
they
gonna
probably was all laughing at it too. So they was laughing at Jeffrey. They probably laugh at Jeffrey too.
hear.
Who
We
laughs
love you,
at me?
Jeffrey. Everybody laughs at you, bro.
That's true. That's true. But some of these guys that laugh at me that I don't know, I've always challenged to box and meet them anywhere, and they never. Me and Martin Shkreli got into it, and I was like, "Please tell me to box. Tell me to box you." But he said he was in prison for 5 years, so he could beat me up.
That's
I challenged like 5 people on this.
What the
goddamn
fuck does that
thing.
mean,
Like
though?
$10,000 bet.
Hold on. What does that mean, though? That you could have been somebody's bitch or some shit, like holding
Well,
somebody's
I agree
like
with you.
tea bags.
I could guarantee you, he was their financial advisor. I think he was their tax guy or financial advisor.
Yo, I'm
But
gonna
no,
die.
like I've challenged people like $10,000-$20,000. One guy told me to give me a G-Wagon if I was to box him and win, and I said, I'll take the ticket out there today, dude, like to Texas, and then he just disappeared and blocked me. Like this is Spinthwit.
He realized you were crazy. He was like, nah, I can't box this guy.
I would definitely
Andy
do it.
Dufresne.
Shkreli.
That and he never had a G-Wagon to begin with.
Pretty sure Shkreli was Andy Dufresne.
Oh, shout out Shawshank Redemption. Shout out to Shawshank.
Let's
That's exactly who he was.
Oh,
bro.
Beard, you didn't know I was on that, bro. You can't miss me when it comes to movie trivia, bro. I'm a
I
G
knew
at
you.
that shit.
I was expecting you would.
Yo, hold on a second.
That
Ticker
movie's so good.
ZIM up 5% today. Jeffrey, you are spot on, bro.
There's a lot
Spot on
moving
with the
in that
move, but as
window,
far as
guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
You
spot
go,
on with the
Kev.
move, but spot on with the move, spot on with the move, but the thesis as far as America taking a position or buying them, like maybe taking a position, but buying them is less than likely. I mean, even taking a position, like we got, domestic companies like Kirby. We got what's the other one I talked about? Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, that was never the thesis. The thesis was just
Okay.
attention to the Israeli markets, and then and then the shipping tariffs, both U.S. and China back and forth. I was like, okay, third party has nothing to do with the U.S. or China, and then with all this shipping container tariff stuff, companies front run, so they're going to order more before this shit starts in like November or December, whatever I think some of these port tariffs start. So that was kind of the quick rundown on there. So that's
So
why.
Jeffrey, FYI, Zim does not own ships; they
Correct,
lease them,
containers.
so they
Yeah,
do
I
not own
agree. I
anything. Yeah.
understand. Yeah, I understand the company. Yeah,
Yeah, they leased the fuckers out.
but they'll run with the shipping stocks, and it's kind of a high beta play. So when freight rates go up, Zim does super well because they don't own the ships themselves, right? So they do super well when freight rates go up.
So where are they leasing these ships? Who are they leasing these ships from?
I don't exactly know that, but I know that they're the containers. They're the freight, not the ships. They lease them. So
Ticker Light Path LPTH. That's Lima Papa Tango Hotel is currently up 13.7% on the rip, consolidating right now, getting ready to break out again.
Shout out Crispy. Also, his KOPN is butted up against resistance. Look like it's ready to blast off once again. Yeah, the market is set up bullish right now. I'm apprehensive, tentative to take a position long because it's butted up against the same moving averages that it rejected yesterday. So I'll wait to see how the day plays out. I don't have to take another trade on the market. I'll just wait to see how the day closes. And then we'll start all over again tomorrow.
So, Bulbert, to your question, one of them is a company called Global Ship Lease. That's the only one I know of. I think the others are private, C-SPAN, something else. But Global Ship Lease, on that thought, is pretty interesting company. You know, it's got a 7% yield. It's it's 2 times PE, and it's pulled back from its high. So something to
Yeah.
look at if you're curious. GSL.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at it right now. I'm on the chart. Yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one.
JP Morgan is closing in on the high of the day. It's still, well below yesterday's close, but still closing in on the high of the day.
Good sign, Monative. It's a good sign.
Ticker ABAT. Still full bull, can't stop, won't stop, headed for that 11. See if it can get there. Yeah, that ABAT daily setup is the same.
I need to add more to this position. TE.
Oh yeah, I see. You see that value hold, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure thing.
WWR look like it's ready to go ahead and continue higher. I'm looking at UAMY looking like it's ready to continue, make that push back towards 20. Data Vault hit $2, pull back, look like it's ready to go clear $2 and push higher. CAN look like that wants to go test $2. Just got a couple $2 testers.
Let's go.
Some $2 hollers.
$2 holla. McDonald's 305.50, baby. Gonna trim again 82% on these from 693 to 1265. Let's go.
Does anybody still eat at McDonald's? Any of you eat at McDonald's? Tell the truth.
I'll tell the truth. I eat the fries still.
Breakfast is
You go
bomb.
and
That's
buy
the only.
McDonald's fries.
Yeah, I buy McDonald's fries. I love their fries. I'll just I if you
And,
I live
you
literally
give us
5
all
minutes from
the health conscious bullshit rhetoric, and you eat McDonald's fries, bro. Those could survive a nuclear holocaust, bro.
Yeah, yes, they can. Hey, listen. Just kind of like just do a little old search, do a deep dive, put your tinfoil hat on, and do a cross reference with McDonald's fries and Bill Gates potatoes. Just do that. You don't have to do it right now, just in your spare time.
And then what? And where are you going with this? Because I love this tinfoil hat. Just real quick, 2 seconds, Bill.
I'm not going anywhere with. I'm not going anywhere with it. Just go do it yourself. Just go do your. I'm not going anywhere with it.
but to be fair, I don't eat fast food like that anyway. But if I do and I get the urge, I get McDonald's fries. But for the most part, 99% of the time I cook my own stuff.
I'm surprised is my little kids don't actually like McDonald's.
That-
I used to love that as a
Good,
kid.
man.
They're just whatever.
We got them hooked up on Starbucks as kids now, which is way more expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say my kids aren't bougie like that.
Yeah. Please.
It's not too late for Salesforce. Salesforce look like it's getting ready, primed to make that move, that intraday move right here.
Yeah.
You guys think
In the next 5
Starbucks
minutes,
is expensive? Wait till your kids discover boba.
Oh
my gosh. No, don't introduce them to boba. You're gonna scream. If you introduce them to boba, better get ready. You better get one of those leashes for your kids because they'll be all over the place.
Isn't that just mass sugar too?
Yeah, that's why I said you better get a leash for your
Is that a
kids.
Filipino? Is that the Filipino stuff? Boba
Taiwanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like your kids should not be drinking that kind of stuff anyway. Coffee, boba tea.
Gonna need a line of credit, man, just to pay that boba off.
Look, I can't really say anything on that because I've been drinking coffee since I was like 5, 6 years old. Like I used to go downstairs and see my mom at the table, and she has the newspaper and she's drinking coffee. Then like I would go to, like I'd be at my grandparents' house and they're just drinking coffee, and you just as a kid you're like, hey, what are you drinking? Let me get some of that. And they putting the cream and the sugar and it looks like chocolate milk. You're a kid, it looks like, and then it looked like chocolate milk. You want it, right? So they're like, oh no, you don't want this. So as a kid you're trying to be an adult, so you drinking it like they're drinking it or whatever. And then it just, as time goes on, you just start to drink it black and continue to drink it. And 40 years later, you're still drinking coffee.
Ticker, guys. ALMU, Aluma. This is a Butters V kind of play from, I think it's from Canada. It's breaking out of a descending wedge. This thing could go much, much higher. Yeah, so ALMU. I don't know if there's news on it or what, but it looks pretty constructive. And then VLO, Valero, Refiner. I'll have to look at crack spreads for us, but it's breaking out of an hourly downtrend. Let me see how far that downtrend goes. It's breaking out of a downtrend here. So, and I think there was a refiner. Was there a Chevron refiner out in California? Had a fire. Valero looks pretty good here. So those are the two things that I'm noticing right now.
Yeah, it was the Chevron in Southern California. Yep.
El Segundo.
Everybody wants data centers and all this other shit, but California doesn't even want goddamn refiners for your gasoline. Go figure. How are you gonna power these fucking things?
Hey, Butters, you here, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
I remember I was talking to you once about Vail as part of my World Cup basket and stuff, and you said you were gonna ask your friend about Vail. Did he ever answer you about that or no?
Yeah, he was kind of hesitant on the play.
Okay.
I don't know. He just wasn't a big fan of it. He's more, I don't know, midstream hotels.
Yeah. Okay. Copy.
Monitor, real quick. What's your read on ASML for their earnings?
Well, look, the Dutch and the Chinese are fighting even more. So I don't expect a relief soon, except if ASML or US gives in and gives China what they want. Outside of that, they have enough orders already for next year. So it's not going to be orders or any of that. That is going, since it's almost doubled since its recent bottom. This is purely a play that will move when they are allowed to sell their high-end gear to China. Until then, I don't see it.
Okay, thank you, bro.
God damn it, guys. And Kevin tells me not to look at it all the time, but the 6600, 6600s went from $1,000 to $8,000 per contract. Oh, God damn it. Sorry. I was going to look at 6680s. They're expensive, though. They're expensive here. Because I was looking at Gex. So let me read you the Gex. Spot is 6674. 6680 is where all the Gex is. That's where all the volume is. The second largest by volume is negative is 6670, I believe. 6675, and then 6670 they're erasing from. That's some big volume there. So if they push us above 6680 and hold, and this thing could go to 6700.
Some more call flow for CRM. They grabbed as a sweep 255s for Friday, 61K in premium. So it's starting to build. I'm probably going to add to my 255s.
Monitz, if you called out Fiserv the other day, did you get in that call spread that you called out?
Yeah, I did. It's not doing well, but I did get in. It's moved today. I mean, it's barely down. So 160, 180 for December is what I got.
Yeah, I got the same thing. I was looking at the chart. I was just thinking that this thing may have finally found the bottom.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a bargain for the 20, 20 wide. You know what? We paid what, $1?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It's like too cheap to pass up.
Yeah, so if you do think it's bottomed, the way I normally deal with it is I start selling weekly puts against it near the money. So my cost goes to zero anyway by the time it starts moving up. But it should be a strong technical bottom.
Thank you, sir.
MP is about to break 100 bucks. Let's go.
Joby Aviation consolidated just under 18 and has now broken out again, is resuming the rip already in progress, currently up 7 3/4%, 1805.
Yes, sir. So real quick, INDI setting up, man. It's got that triangle pattern that I like to see it break to the upside. So really, that inverse head and shoulder pattern that I talked about is really pronounced on the weekly time frame. If this plays out, then this thing is probably going to at least go to $8-9 if it plays out. Also, this is a potential, it's small enough for somebody to want to buy it for their technology, for their EV chip and ADS technology. So just INDI, 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 Indie Semiconductors. INDI. Did I say INDI, Indie Semiconductors? I just want to make sure that I said that so everyone in here hears it.
No, he didn't. Some people in the back didn't
Just
hear
want to
you
make
say
sure. I just want to make sure because when this thing is at $9-10, and I don't want to hear Jeffrey in here crying, talking about man.
He didn't hear. He didn't hear.
Man, you
You
guys
know he was
didn't even say
talking
nothing,
about.
man. I was looking at bio bullshit. Man, and that bio shit is bullshit. That bio is bullshit. At least stay away from the bio. I said it, man. I'm gonna stand on it right now. Fuck bio. I'm not gonna put that in my profile. Fuck bio tickers and shit.
Here he goes.
I apologize. What ticker?
I'm done.
I can't with you.
I believe that was India, November, Delta, India.
So this ticker, watch what happens if Tesla ever comes and says they are going to start using LiDAR. This got killed when Musk came out and said, yeah, it's bullshit. We don't need radar at all for self-driving. This was 2 years ago. That's when it got killed. So its entire fortunes will change because Tesla is the only self-driving company that does not use LiDAR. If they are forced to by regulation or whatever else, this can balloon to $10-15 easily.
Yeah, boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and not to mention if it gets bought out by like some of its bigger competitors, like because this is one of the smaller ones. This isn't like what is that NXTI or whatever, or NXPI and
This one is
on. Like you asked about
this one is
on earlier.
fabulous. This one is fabulous. So it's all purely about IP. So that's what I'm saying. If it comes about that Tesla is forced to add radar to get their full self-driving approval across the country, then somebody will buy this. That's what I'm saying. $10-15, it's an easy buy because they have the IP to, and a lot of companies have the production capacity to build it, but these guys have the IP. They're not the only one.
No, indeed, you're not wrong. But yeah, I like that you add that little bit of color to that.
Oh, hold on.
I gotta step
Yeah,
down. I got.
Why
Sorry,
you
I
gotta
gotta
step down, man? His wife finna kick your ass. Yeah, we'll see you when you get back, bro.
We have to get it. We're leaving, but I'll be listening. Thanks, guys.
Invest in eye patches, y'all. Invest in eye patches. Jeffrey will have a black eye from his wife when we see him again.
Yeah, sure will. I grabbed Las Vegas Sands LVS, $45 calls for January. LVS. Monative, do you see any unusual flows in LVS or WIN? WYNN?
Looking.
These $45 calls for January. I noticed that there's 46,000 interest in these, and the chart looks good. Look at the daily chart, double bottomed here on the daily for LVS. The same with WIN, the same identical chart.
So I don't see anything super interesting. I mean, it's the only thing is somebody selling deep in the money calls for no, I know they're buying deep in the money calls. It's a weird one. I don't know. I have to look at this again. So March, 42.5 strikes, 625,000.
Oh, I didn't go out that far. I went to January. Oh, let me see those. March. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this LVS chart.
Isn't Las Vegas Sands the Sheldon Adelson company?
I'm not sure. It might be.
So yesterday, there was what's her name? Sheldon's wife was there when in Israel when Trump was making that announcement, and he called her to the stage or something like that.
Interesting. Yeah. All right then. So
Miriam Adelson, that's her name.
yeah. All right then. So I guess I did good crimping in this. The chart looks good though. That's why I grabbed it. Chart looks real good.
On Wind
Seems like it.
Resorts, WYNN, right?
Yes, WYNN.
Yeah, so 1031, somebody's selling 121 puts. Oh, it's a put spread. So they probably selling the 121 put and buying the 90 put. Something like that.
Okay.
This is another one I have to do a little bit of work, but it's not big money, so I wouldn't pay any attention to the win one. But
yeah,
that one trade on Las Vegas Sands looks good. Oh, by the way, there is a massive expansion in Singapore. That's their premier property.
The Macau stuff you're talking about,
Marina,
right?
no, Marina Bay Sands.
Oh, okay.
That was my daily view every day from home. My balcony, I could see that those three towers.
Oh wow. Yeah, I like this LVS chart, man. You could even get the
Bulgaria, she was also, I think, top 3 contributor to Trump's campaign. Her and Dr. Adelson before he died.
Yep.
Yeah, they're buying the 55s for January as well.
And she's the one that bought out Mark Cuban.
Oh, really? I didn't know. Oh, yes. That is right. For the Mavericks. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's my point. She's a deep insider to
Yeah.
the Trump administration. Yeah.
Yeah, this LVS chart looks really good, man.
And if you're talking LiDAR monitor, put HSAI on your list. They've had dealings with Tesla before.
Which one?
HSAI.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll add it.
Yeah, they're probably the number 1 leaders in the world for LiDAR.
Bro, Wells Fargo looks like it's trying to go to the moon. 85.77. 8.5% today. WFC. Three more days. When we called out those bank plays, by the way, we mentioned BAC. So if you didn't take WFC or Chase, you could have taken BAC. That's up pretty nice today as well.
Yeah, that report's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Bank of America up 3.20%. It's straight Magoo actually off the 10-minute chart. Morningstar reversal. and they've been buying the hell out of this today.
Yeah, Bank of America is one that has not moved as much as Citi or Wells Fargo. So I think there's a catch-up trade there.
Yeah, it's doing a Morningstar reversal on the daily right now. It's one big giant green stick on the daily. On BAC. There's your catch-up trade.
If you took a black sky BKSY, sold off, climbed higher, currently breaking out of a bull flag on the daily, on the intraday rather, and up 8.5% at $30.72.
Yeah, Silencius, man. Man, I don't even know what you call those. It looks like some damn, I don't know, the Wu-Tang W playing out after all the weekly time frame on Black Sky. Man, this thing looked like shit. This could go. Man, I don't even
The
want to say
big
what this
cup and
looked like. This
handle
could
is
go
what it
to.
looks like on the daily.
That's a huge big cup and handle, man. And and it's
Yep.
right now, it's clearing. It's in breakout mode right now, essentially. I'm just trying to figure out where the next resistance level. If it clears 40, man, bro. So the next level is 40. If it can get to 40, if it clears 40, it's going to 67. I got 67 as the next level up on a clearance of 40, but it's looking like it's headed straight to 40. It's in a collision course for 40. Probably see some resistance at 50 as well, but man, it clears 40. It looks like it's clear blue skies. And Silencius has
You
been
got to
on
blame
this.
Butters for this one. This was his call out.
No, I know when Butters was talking about this a couple of years ago, but you've been on this recently. Like you've been on this.
The whole Earth observing satellite space is hot because everybody needs to see what's going on the planet, and the array of sensors that is up there now is unprecedented. There's just more and more ways of gathering data on what's on the ground. There's radar, there's infrared, there's ultraviolet, there's RF, there's all kinds of stuff, and they're starting to be able to see through walls and stuff.
Starting to be able to, bro. You're like 20 years late on that. They've been able to do that. They've been able to use RF to do that. They've been doing that 20 years ago, bro.
That's why I think INVZ is early through their 3-dimensional charting and stuff that they do for LiDAR and for self-driving.
Absolutely. Yo, this Joby chart.
Hell yeah.
This fucking Joby chart is goated, bro. Look at this 15-minute.
Full Magoo, $20.
Bro, they bought this all day. 1581. It's at 1823 right now.
$20, bro.
Yes, sir.
spreads on Black Sky is no joke though. It's like $1 spread on the options.
And Joby, that's another one. I didn't hear anyone talk about Joby before Angela. Shout out to Angela, even though I got her blocked and she'll stay blocked. Angela's a hell of a stock picker. I can't front. She be picking some. I gotta give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, if you're going to play that Black Sky, I would play Commons.
Commons is the only way to play it. That chain is horrible. Or unless you want to kind of do a Jeffrey and be the chain until the volume until the volume comes in, and then you're kind of just at the whim of wherever the volume comes at. Like you'd have to pick a multiple of 10 just to make sure that the volume is going to follow you.
Either that or you have to go deep in the money. It's just leverage shares.
Yep.
I've been rolling call spreads up on that.
Yeah, there's $1 spread, if not more.
Yeah, you really have to be patient and work the price.
You guys have heard me talk about MRO industry, maintenance, repair, overhaul industry. I like AIR and SARO. They're finally starting to, I think, turn back permanently up. And I think, or meaning for, at least medium term. I like both of those. The leader there, FDAI, is moved up already and it's expensive. But these two, there's a catch-up trade. AAR moves a lot in earnings. So, it could move $10, $15, $20 easily. AIR, that's the ticker. The other one is Standard Aero, SARO. These are not fast movers necessarily, but they do move on earnings. So, don't play them for intraday. That's useless trade.
Bro, Wells Fargo look like it's going to $90, $86. It's going to 90. Buy signal on the daily, 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, every time frame. WFC.
And shout out to Jeffrey and anyone who plays any of the bio tickers. It just ain't for me. That just ain't my cup of tea. Yeah, I stand on what I said, and that ain't nothing. Offense. I'm no offense to anyone who plays, and that's your thing. You know how to play it. You got your edge. There's no edge there for me. Like there's no edge in bios. So, and I don't even see how. Like I said earlier, I alluded to this earlier. Like if you don't know somebody within the company structure or in the FDA, so like this is going to give you a tip, then you're just shooting craps. Like, and I used to shoot craps, but I had a shot. I used to have a shot. So I mean, I would set the dice. so I was cheating essentially. So
You just set the dice and just throwing it.
So like that's what I do. Like my trading philosophy is like I need to set the dice, and if I can't set the dice, then I'm not gonna take the shot.
Yeah, boy. The Jeffries in the crowd are like, what does he mean by setting the dice? What's that?
What? Hold on. What does he mean by set the dice? Does he mean like Yahtzee, like set them up in Yahtzee?
I only shot craps once in my entire life. I never lost so much money so fast.
Is he talking Yahtzee or backgammon? Like, I mean, he's trying to figure this one out.
Trying to figure this one out. This is hilarious.
Hey, Bull Bear, did you buy more of that TE, that Tico Energy?
Yes, I did. I sure did. Hell to the yeah.
You bastards are racist.
Wait, who was that? You're a robot.
Hold on. Who the hell is this? Sounded
Jeffrey,
like
you're roboting.
iRobot.
Oh, it's a Colombian connection. Oh, you go figure.
They bombed another Venezuelan vessel.
Bro, your Wi-Fi is on crack, bro. We're gonna call it hi-fi. But I think they already got a hi-fi though.
Ticker. SSII currently up 26.5% and on the rip.
Bro,
what the hell happened?
I looked at this yesterday. and it was not. I was like, "What is this thing doing?" It just looked dead. And look at this thing. I literally looked at this yesterday.
You said
Yeah,
SSII?
it's that special surgery
Oh
stuff.
shit! Damn!
Yeah,
Whoa! Damn!
yeah. I literally looked at this yesterday, dog.
That's welcome to the W candle.
I wouldn't chase that. That move's gonna get faded. Probably. I don't know.
I listened to Jeffrey on this one, and I've been just sitting on it. So this is a pleasant surprise for me.
Indeed. Now, if you're already in it, yeah, definitely. Like I'm just, I can't chase this.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Barely, but yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Sounds like you're in the
cab.
tunnel.
Yeah, I'm in a cab. SSII, which was the TTP call out. Nobody knew this name but this room. Jaguar got a hold of it, bro. Jag's pumping it. So, which is awesome because we got it at first, and now he can pump it and we'll run it. So it's gonna
Hell
run.
yeah, I don't care who pumps the stock. Yeah, pump the motherfuckers, pump my bags, boy. If I was in it, yeah.
And honestly, I love the community. There should be no. It's us against the big guys, right? So, good for FinTwit.
So real quick, Nvidia is getting faded right now. So Nvidia is getting faded right now. I want to bring just people's attention to that. Apple still is relatively strong. Tesla pulling back slightly, but yeah, Nvidia is getting faded right here. So I'm looking at the VIX. The VIX is looking like it's perking up. Trying to clear that 1925 level that I was talking about earlier. So keeping an eye on that. See if that level holds on the VIX. We might get a pullback here. So Nvidia is leading the charge on the pullback. You see Micron pulling back. You see AMD pulling back. Intel's kind of holding for it a little bit, but Meta's pulling back. Adobe looks super strong. Google hadn't pulled back yet, but Amazon and Broadcom are both pulling back. So you got Amazon, Nvidia and Broadcom both pulling back. Oracle looking like it's a little weak. UNH still looks strong though. Full bull UNH. You can take UNHG for the 2x leverage. And Palantir pulling back slightly. MicroStrategy and Coin still look strong overall. So you got a few of the semiconductor plays that are pulling back, and semiconductors lead everything. So you just want to keep an eye on that. Looking at the Qs. The Qs is starting to look weak. Look like I see a hangman on the 15. So the Qs are starting to look weak.
Ticker SES. This thing's been a dog all day. It's currently down 4.8% and getting no lift at all out of this market. I decided I was going to cut my position on it because I still had a profit to take. I don't think this is going to play out.
So big cap, Nvidia, the flow is also very bearish today. Overall, if you total up all the flows on both sides, it's very bearish today. We've not seen this. It's rare. It happens, but it's very rare for Nvidia to be this bearish. GFS, I like here, guys. Remember, I called out this trade last week. I took the trade. I might double up here if it takes a breather, but I like it. The trade I took was I sold the. Give me a second here. I sold November 21st 30 puts, and I bought November 21st 40 calls. So my net cost was 70 cents. It's finally starting to go up. It's not. I'm barely profitable on this, so you didn't have to waste a week here. But I like this trade. I like the chart, and I like this one as a laggard with U.S. Capacity that will probably get one of these days will get will get itself in the news for with Trump and with others.
You want to repeat the ticker one more time, please?
Global Foundries, GFS, and I took this. I called it out here because I heard their CEO's interview with CNBC. This was not this past Sunday, the Sunday before that. He was walking them through the Singapore fab, and the interview was very bullish, and he was talking about how they had customers lined up and what they were expecting to do and the plans for the next few years. So I call that out based on that. But I like the chart here too.
Mm-hmm.
Ticker, Intuitive Machines. That's LUNR, Lima Uniform, November Romeo. Welcome to the W. This is up 16.5% at 1427 and on the rip, squeezing again.
So LAES, there's news. SEAL-SQ announced a collaboration with Swiss compliance provider WeCan Group to develop post-quantum KYC for the financial services industry.
Silencius, what are you doing with your lunar? Mine are up almost 700%. Maybe he
Hey,
You just have
Silencius, did you
commons
hear
in that,
Billy?
and I've got no reason to touch it.
Hell yeah. I do too. I just have some options, but I do have commons too.
Look at you guys. Look at you guys killing
It
it,
looks
man.
so strong, and this did run to I think it was 24 something the beginning of the year.
Yeah, they're supposed to build a rover that looks for water at the south pole of the moon. Is this the one?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and grab some SPY puts right here, some 0DTE, see if I can capture a little scalp on the pullback. I mean, if Nvidia is gonna lead this thing, man, we might have a nice pullback here. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever.
Actually, let me see if these got sold. All right, I think it might be time to start looking at these 655 puts again on SPY.
Bro,
Rinse
I'm on
and
the
repeat.
24th. I'm in the 24th right now looking at this motherfucker, bro. I'm just saying.
We rinse and repeat time for these SPY puts. Now, hold on. Let me look at this chart.
I'm gonna get the 650s this time. Like I said earlier.
Hold on. Previous day high. It's holding the previous day high at 665.
It's been holding it. It's been holding it, but it hasn't pushed any higher. And then and Nvidia is taking a nosedive. I've already looked at it. I've already calculated all of that. So Nvidia's taking a nosedive. Apple's the only thing holding serve. You had Broadcom taking a nosedive as well, right? So you got Nvidia and Broadcom. What else was taking that nosedive right with Broadcom? Who was I looking at? Amazon also. So you got Amazon and Broadcom. So Oracle's looking weak now. So like you had a few things looking strong, but I mean, we just see how it plays out.
Actually, I'm going to do the 660 puts for November on SPY.
I mean, look at Apple. Apple's still looking weak. Hood just had a little low pullback right here. So some of the players are starting to fall. I mean, like I said, that VIX, if it can continue to try to catch a bid, we'll see a pretty decent pullback. I got the 664.0, so I'm $1 out of money. So we'll see what it does.
Yeah, I can't buy anything else. That's all my buying power. I just bought 6 of these SPY, 660 for November. So, yep, that's it for me. I'm just gonna keep rolling up.
The Qs look like they're about to collapse.
Yeah, boy.
And Flora Corporation FLR is fully breaking out. This is a 2.4% up, and $1.12, $48.34. The daily chart is fully breaking out. We're over the 50% fib on the daily chart. I think this closes the gap up to 56. That is in spite of a recently announced shareholder lawsuit on Fluor. There's allegations of fraud.
All right, let's go. Let's go, SPY puts. Start working, baby.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big pullback, but I just at least want to see a little bit of a pullback. I want to see how we react when we get below yesterday's overnight high, which essentially is a little bit lower than yesterday's high day. So we get back below those levels. I want to see how the price starts to react if we can get back above it. So I'm playing that hourly overextended pullback.
Oh, this is an interesting flow. Poet, $10 strikes, October 31st, 240K in premium. Just came over.
Let's go. Hell, that's a shorter dated one. They got leverage.
You guys, a good friend of mine, he listens here. He sent me an update on NVIDIA. AWS CIO yesterday in some sessions said that their Bedrock AI solution is being powered by their internally developed Trainium, not NVIDIA. So that makes it 2 of 3 hyperscalers now primarily powering their stuff with their own ASIC versus NVIDIA as the primary solution. So that's probably why you see NVIDIA weakness here.
Oh, damn. Ticker SOAR, pull back, hold value, see if it can go ahead and continue trending higher.
Trump is speaking. It's meeting the president.
Talked about this one yesterday. Shout out Yellow Moon Lambo, ASPI up 6.5% on the day and looking real nice. That weekly chart looks like a full-fledged breakout.
You guys want to listen to this Trump stuff?
Tentatively.
Yeah, they're speaking Spanish right now. I'll let you know if it gets good.
El enorme trabajo que ha hecho el secretario Bessel, digamos, para.
Wait,
that was Trump speaking Spanish?
No, that's me.
Argentina's president.
Hold on. So we bailed out Argentina in 2018, and we're gonna do it again?
Already did it. It's already been approved.
Are you fucking kidding?
And they're still selling China soybeans. Go figure.
What a joke!
Great deal.
Unbelievable, bro.
Sounds like a winning. Sounds like a winning person.
Give them 200 billion, so then you have to then spend another 30 billion to bail out the
To
farmers.
bail out the farmers, right? Exactly.
That's nuts.
That's capitalism for you.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's why it pays to be a farmer.
Those are the richest broke people you've ever
Like
met
it
in your life.
literally the richest broke people, right? And it was crazy because I used to see like some of some farmers that I knew growing up, and I just was like in my brain, I was like, no, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And then I just used to just like how they would break down everything to me, and I'm just like, oh wow, yeah. But I mean, just and you got the government always subsidizing everything. They got tax benefits, all these tax credits, tax exemptions, and whatnot. Man, it pays to be a farmer. Why would you not want to be a farmer?
Exactly.
This is not just US. Every country, they are at the top of the line for handouts.
That's just nuts to me, bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, the real small family farmers never get shit. It's all these fucking factory farms that take all the money.
Yo, listen, I don't have a problem helping people and helping out, but when I look and I see people here starving, people can't even afford fucking a loaf of bread, but we're bailing out another foreign country a second time again. That's just wild to me, dog. It really is.
This one was all about an old Besant associate who had a massive hedge fund, who had a massive position on Argentinian currency recovering. So he needed that bailout. So that's what this was about. It's nothing to do with anything else. It's basically another grift.
Follow the grift. Follow the grift. I mean, that's what I did. Be smart. Don't be a retard.
Big facts. Big facts. Yo, your can is up 20%, bro. 18.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, bro. I mean, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Beard, I gotta follow those poets, bro.
Yeah, I did. I rolled. I had mine that expired Friday, so I just rolled them to the 31st. I want to have a little bit more time on them.
Yeah, I'm all the way out in Leaps on Poet, dog.
Me too. But I gotta get those order dated. I gotta get that leverage too. Yeah, boy.
Which one was it? I'm sorry, which one did you say again? I'm doing a Jeffrey now.
$10 strikes October 31st.
Okay.
It was 240K in premium.
Copy. Oh, those are cheap too.
Yeah, they're like 80 cents.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
85 cents now.
Yep.
SSII is now up 29%. It was up 30%. It's gone full bore stupid now. It's just a move.
So yeah, somebody added you in the spaces chat down there, Silencius, and kind of highlighted the fact that SSII move is a play off of HOND, which Fooney came in here. She was talking about that last couple of days.
Yeah, it's also the update for their approval request from EU and US is due this quarter, so it could come anytime. So that approval is a seminal change, right? It changes their entire business model completely.
I'm gonna hold these SPY 660s as a hedge to for my account. The Don is talking. Hold on.
been here now almost 9 months, but when I just came in, I was amazed to see how poorly we've done. We Argentina would be lost if he wasn't there. And I think he won't be there because the people recognize he's done an amazing job. He took over a real mess. So did I take over a mess. I took over a mess by, the Biden group. And Obama he started it. I'll tell you, Barack Hussein Obama started it. Could you give a couple of words on South America? You tell me.
It's always funny how they like to throw that Hussein up in there. And it's only certain people who do that. Did it cut out or is it just me?
I think it cut out.
There's a
Bullbear, you got to unmute yourself.
Guys, I'm gonna drop. There's a whole lot of utility trucks starting to, line up outside my house or next to my house. So I'm afraid I'm gonna lose power here. So I'm gonna try to shut down my desktop and open up my laptop. So thank you so much, guys. Once again,
Yes,
really
sir.
appreciate everything.
Always a pleasure
Thank
having
you.
you.
See you, bro.
Have a good one. Yeah, does anybody even know what Biden's middle name is? I think Obama's the only middle one that we actually know his middle name.
Biden's middle name is Robinette.
Just don't worry. Trump will make sure you know before he's out of office. You don't have to ask him, but he's gonna tell you soon.
No, not Biden. No, not Biden, bro. It's strategic with the usage of his middle name.
Yeah.
So we'll be trading with Argentina. It'll be helpful to them, and it's helpful. It's good for us also. Mr. President, was China trying to draw a wedge between the U.S. and Argentina by buying soybeans from Argentina and not U.S. farmers?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And China on the port China likes to draw a wedge on ships too. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess it's natural. It's China, and it's natural, but it's not gonna mean anything in the end.
Oh, you said it's not gonna happen.
Should Argentina end the China swap and close the space base in Neuquén? I don't think you should be doing business much. You can do some trade, but you certainly shouldn't be doing beyond that. You certainly shouldn't be doing anything having to do with the military with China. And if that's what's happening, I'd be very upset about that. I mean, what about the swap? Mr. President, what about the swap? Because it's so important for Argentina, the swap, the central bank.
The American assistance is not predicated on the swap with China being closed. Any reporting to that effect is incorrect.
But you said that Argentina has to export China from your business or from the agenda, and the swap is so important for Argentina.
No, I was referring more to ports, military bases, observation facilities that have been created in Argentina.
Than the swap? More than the swap?
More than the swap.
He was referring to that. Yeah, behind you, please.
Yes, President, for Argentina, what's the benefits for United States in helping this way Argentina?
Just helping a great philosophy.
So we're just giving away free money. Interesting.
Argentina is one of the most beautiful countries that I've ever seen. And we want to see it succeed. Very simple. I mean, we don't have to do it. It's not going to make a big difference for our country.
We have a good excuse.
Yeah.
A nice country.
Yeah, we don't have to do it. But we're gonna do it. We're just gonna give him a couple billion.
But you know all those NATO allies? Fuck them. They're stealing from us.
Exactly.
As democracies or as just countries that want to do fair and balanced trading. And now you mentioned Bolivia, but there are numerous other countries that are coming our way. And Brazil, as you know, I had a very good conversation with the president. I met him at the United Nations before I went up to speak, and then I found that I didn't have a speech because I had no teleprompter. They turned off my teleprompter purposely. They made it impossible for me. But it didn't silence me. I spoke without, and it was a good speech. It was a good speech. But no, think of that. You go into the United Nations, I'm speaking in front of 158 leaders and the whole world. and I look at my teleprompter and it's dead. They killed my teleprompter. They wouldn't let the man that operated into the booth. Can you believe that?
You don't have any specific interest in economic terms for the state?
I do have. No, I want to see it succeed. I think it's going to be great, and we will benefit also. But it's not that big a benefit because it's not that big a country, but it's a very important country, and it's a country that can be very successful. There are some countries that will never be successful. This is a country that has great potential if it has the right leadership, and you have the right leadership with this man right here. Okay?
Poet is riffing.
Will you support dollarization? I would say that I'll leave that up to my economic people, but I like the dollar. I'm very strong on the dollar. And anybody who wants to deal in dollars, they have an advantage over people that aren't. But for the most part, we're keeping it that way. I think if Biden would have, Biden, that group would have gotten elected, meaning Kamala, you wouldn't have the dollar as your currency anymore. You wouldn't have a world domination by the dollar if I didn't win this election. And now the domination, like BRICS. I told anybody wants to be in BRICS, that's fine, but we're going to put tariffs on your nation. Everybody dropped out. They're all dropping out of BRICS. BRICS was an attack on the dollar. And I said, you want to play that game? I'm going to put tariffs on all of your product coming into the U.S. They said, like I said, we're dropping out of BRICS. And BRICS is like, they don't even talk about it anymore. Scott, you want to add to that?
We're very happy with the current currency arrangement.
Mr. President, ABC fake news. First of all, congratulations. I don't take questions from ABC fake news after what you did with Stephanopoulos to the Vice President of the United States. I don't.
You guys ever hear the Key and Peele skit where they do Obama's translator?
First of all,
Yeah.
congratulations on.
I feel like best since Trump's translator, but for economic news,
He is. He
for politics.
definitely is. Yep.
Actually, I did. I saw some of the actors here.
Go ahead.
But on a lighter note, Alyssa Farah, she is one of the hosts on ABC's show The View. She said a while back, I'll quote, "If Trump gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on this show and say thank you for doing it." Your response?
Well, did she put the hat on?
Well, she hasn't got the hat yet.
Who is it? Which one?
Alyssa Farah.
Well, she used to work for.
He said, "Who is it? Which one?" He couldn't wait.
Yeah.
Ticker
He said
Rocket Lab.
He said
Ticker
she used to work for me.
Ticker Rocket Lab is about to pop out again. This is a big Wu-Tang W on the intraday. Currently up 5.25%. It's looking like it's getting ready to run again.
MP, some flow. MP, $100 strike for Friday. 3.8 million in premium just came over.
Yeah, and it's set up right now. Right now, it look like it's ready to pop too. MP.
Yeah.
Yep.
After that or before that, but she
Class
did the most
recognition.
beautiful letters. And then even months after she left, and while we weren't here any longer, she sent another letter, glowing letter, beautiful letter. And then she got hired by The View, and they gave her a couple of bucks, and she changed her view very quickly. I never thought she'd make it. Never thought she had what it took in any way. You know what that means. But she's on The View. But it just shows what a fraud The View is, because this woman gave me letters and statements. She said I was the greatest president in her lifetime. Now, she's not that old, so I didn't consider it a great compliment, but I've had better.
Give me Senator Hat.
Well, recently I've had the greatest president of them all. I like that much better.
He's the great.
Oh, guys, just got a message from Funi about HOND again. It's up 20% today.
I literally just said that. I gave the whole SSII bun in the Fooney shout out.
Yeah, she just messaged me.
We will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm,
Or maybe I meant to give her the shout out. Maybe I forgot to do it, and I thought I did.
Oh, you did,
My fault.
Kev. You did, Kev.
Oh, okay, good.
thing we had to do, above all else, get the hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had 26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And
SSII up 30%. Look at this fucking thing, bro.
but that's a very tough subject. I want them back. That's what they said. I want them back. Also, they said they were going to disarm. And initially speaking, they needed, they did take out a couple of gangs that were very bad, very, very bad gangs, and they did take them out, and they killed a number of gang members. And that didn't bother me much, to be honest with you. That's okay. It's a couple of very bad gangs, it's no different than other countries. Like Venezuela sent their gangs into us, and we took care of those gangs. We have Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities in the country. It was one of the worst cities in the country if you go back just a little while ago, right? Now it's safe. You can walk to work. Isn't it nice? But we have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently. But they will disarm. You understand me? Yes. Because everyone says, oh, well, they won't disarm. They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. They will disarm, or we will disarm them. Got it? Okay.
What is the deadline?
Ticker closing out my ASPI. $15 calls up 50%, rolling out to the 20s for April. Massive amount of volume there. ASPI.
Questions regarding Argentina.
Are you from Argentina?
I'm from Argentina, yes.
I like the Argentina. ABC. Did ABC fake news?
Is she cute? She must be cute.
Yeah, that had to be it.
And ability of the government to pass law.
Just as you said that, the camera zoomed in on her, bro.
That we're not going to be around very long. Scott, can you handle that one, please?
We're confident that the president's party will and the coalition will do well in the election, and this aid is predicated on robust policies, and going back to the failed Peronis policies would cause a U.S. rethink.
It's a great question. It's a little like New York. You're reading in Argentina about New York. We have a problem. We have a communist who's 33 years old, doesn't know a damn thing. Practically, he's never worked a day in his life. And he sort of caught on, right? And I'm not going to send a lot of money to New York. I don't have to. The money comes all through the White House. And if they're going to be sending us stupid policies, communist policies, which is proven for thousands of years doesn't work. We don't have to prove it again. We're not going to ruin one of our great cities because we'll make that great.
The famous communist Roman Empire.
Took 12 years to do Washington, D.C., so New York is bigger. And Chicago, we've already made a lot of progress despite fighting from the government, but Chicago is doing great. Memphis is doing really great. We have great support.
Data Bolt back over $2, boy.
Clean up.
Or just at $2.
Memphis is so good. It's so much better. We'll have it within a month. We'll have that into a safe city again. And all of these cities, we want to clean them up. We don't like that opposition. But if somebody's going to be a communist mayor of New York, it's a fluke if he gets in. There are a lot of failed people that he's running against. We have failed, inferior candidates or something, because it's impossible to think that New York City can have a communist mayor. He's a communist. He's not a socialist, by the way. There's a big difference. He's a communist. He's down and dirty. He's a communist. He hates police. He wants to get rid of all police. How can a policeman? He hates Jewish people, and yet he's got Jewish people supporting him. He hates Jewish people. So it comes through the White House. The funding for New York and for every place comes through the White House. And I'm very generous, and I was always very generous with New York, even when you had opposition there, but I was always very generous. But I wouldn't be generous to a communist, a guy that's going to take the money and throw it out the window, because you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not going to let somebody get into office and...
For what it's worth, what you're listening to is an enormous Hatch Act violation.
It's a little bit like that with, if you take a look...
Like he's helping his campaign by saying this.
The president doesn't win. I know the person that he'd be running against, I believe, probably. We probably have the person. The person is extremely far left and a philosophy that got Argentina into this problem in the first place. So we would not be generous with Argentina if that happened. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina.
So you talk about Argentina and important in the Latin American.
Wait, so he just
Ticker
said
CLSQLAES is the ticker. Lima Alpha Echo Sierra is currently up 25.5%. It's broken out again today. Welcome to the W.
They're a big.
I'm trying to connect those dots too. So if they were not, if they weren't right wing, they would not give them that 200 billion.
Yeah.
And they said
ideology.
That's wild.
That you know very well. You're from Venezuela, I assume. And they send them in by the thousands, literally. And these are the worst of all. They empty their prisons into the United States. They empty their mental institutions into the United States. And because we had a president who's low IQ, he didn't realize what was going on. And the people that are high IQ that surround him, but they happen to be lunatics, radical left, they're highly intelligent, radical left lunatics. Okay, so in a way, that's worse than having a guy like Biden. But they ran the show. You heard about the Autopen. The person that really operated the Autopen, but it was really the people that told the person that operated the Autopen what to do. Those are the people that really were president, okay? So we're not going to stand for it in this country.
He literally makes this shit up as he goes, doesn't he?
The Autopen thing is under serious investigation. Just this, I don't think you care.
No, I think he writes it down. I think he writes it down first.
That's what I'm saying, because they do the weave. You know, the weave cover a lot of different subjects, but the people that are involved in that Autopen scam, because he barely signed anything. I mean, this guy, I don't know how you can be president. He barely signed it, but the only thing we can find for sure is that he signed Hunter's pardon, his pardon. Hunter's pardon, I like that. That's a combination. So we're going to work very much with the president. We think he's going to win. He should win. And if he does win, we're going to be very helpful. And if he doesn't win, we're not going to waste our time, because you have somebody whose philosophy has no chance of making Argentina great again.
What's your advice?
Just to check something, you said Hamas assured you that they would disarm. Was that a direct conversation or through Mr. Witkoff?
Through my people. Okay. At the highest level.
What's your advice?
What's
your advice for President Milei and Argentina as a political leader?
My advice is to hold strong to his principles, because he's right, and he's proving that he was right. He's got one problem. He's got people that are giving him tremendously bad press, even though they know it's wrong. He's got to hold true to his principles, because he's going to win. He's going to win. He's doing the right thing. Everybody knows he's doing the right thing, but you have a radical left sick culture. That's a very dangerous group of people, and they're trying to make him look bad. I believe he's going to win out.
What are you going to do right with
China? Well, you have to be careful with China. Everybody deals with China. They have to deal with us too. We have to be careful with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi, but sometimes it gets testy because China likes to take advantage of people, and they can't take advantage of us. But we have a fair relationship with China. And I think
ticker. Rich Tech Robotics, RR. That's Romeo. Romeo currently up 8%. Just popped big in the last 15, 20 minutes. Is on the rip, ready to go.
$18 trillion going to be invested in the United States. That's more money than ever invested in any country before. Even countries with much bigger populations like India or like China. Nobody's ever had $18 trillion invested in the country. We have, and that's because of November 5th election, because I won. Oh, if she won, you'd be negative. You'd have people getting out of the country. This country would have been in a major depression. If she won, we would have been 1929. And they'd like to see that anyway. That's why they keep the government laws. They have a shutdown based on nonsense. They want to give away 1.5. Think of it. They want to give away $1.5 trillion to people that come into the country illegally. And as you know, the borders now are closed. But when they hear that they get the greatest healthcare package in the world and they have no money, but they're living okay in another country, they head up and they start forming caravans and they try and come into our country. But the big problem is they want to give health care to people that should not get health care. They want to give health care to illegal immigrants by the millions. Look at Gavin Newsom, what he's done. He's ruined California, gives health care to anybody. And I guess they do it for votes. I actually think it's bad politics, but I guess they do it for votes. So I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct. And he may win and he may not win, but I think he's going to win. And if he wins, we're staying with him. And if he doesn't win, we're gone.
Bye-bye.
He dead ass serious. He's dead ass serious too.
Dead ass serious. He said, goodbye.
They can help by doing well. If Argentina does well, that's helpful because they know we help Argentina. So if Argentina is successful, that's great because they view us as somebody that helped Argentina and they did well, and the United States maybe will help them and they're going to do well. So the success of Argentina would be a great feather in the USA because we're helping them. Right? You understand? Yeah, please.
Retarded deluxe.
You said that NATO should consider expelling Spain.
What?
You said that NATO should consider expelling Spain.
I'm very unhappy with Spain. They're the only country that didn't raise up their number to 5%. Every other country in NATO raised up to 5%. And Spain is doing very well off our backs. So I'm not happy with Spain. Spain gets protection, and they know, look, they're sort of in the semi-middle of it, so they're going to get protected automatically. Even if you don't want to protect them, you're protecting them because of the way they're located. And I think what Spain did is a very bad thing for NATO. I think it's very unfair to NATO. It wouldn't matter if you said you're not going to protect them because they're pretty much protected. What are you going to do? Go through the other countries and let's go attack Spain, right? So I think what they did is not nice. I think it's very disrespectful to NATO. In fact, I was thinking about giving them trade punishment through tariffs because of what they did. And I may do that. I think unbelievably
Poet can't stop, won't stop, up 10% and still pushing higher.
The only one that said that is Spain.
I heard you earlier, Beard.
I think they should be punished for that. Yes.
You have the money to pay the troops on October 15th. Okay.
I actually have a man who is a very wealthy person. I know that when I tell you this, who called a donor, a great gentleman, and he said, if there's any money necessary, shortfall, for the paying of the troops, then I will pay it, meaning he will pay it. How about that? I said, look, we're not going to need it. We're going to take care of our troops. But this was a position that's being forced upon us by Democrats. And all they have to do is just sign a piece of paper saying we're going to keep it going the way there's nothing. It's not like it shouldn't even be an argument. They've signed it many times before. I don't want to bore you with the fact that Schumer said 100 times you should never close up government. But Schumer's a weakened politician. I mean, he's going to finish his career as a failed politician.
He almost called him a pussy. You should have seen his lips. He almost said pussy. He stopped himself.
Books about that, if they write books about him, they're going to have to say that his career ended by allowing the radical left to take over the party. I mean, I won an election in a landslide because people are not into the radical left, and the Democrat Party is. People didn't want to see men playing in women's sports. They didn't want to see transgender for everybody. They didn't want to see all of the different things that they do that's so crazy. Open borders. I mean, the worst thing that he did to us, not inflation, because we fixed inflation. Prices are way down. I don't know if you saw that gasoline went to 58 just now. Did you see what's going on with gasoline? No, $58 a barrel. Nobody can believe it. I'm very proud of it. You know why?
Ticker, sorry, Mr. President, but Poet seems like it's coiling up. I don't know if he just called that out. My audio's been in and out.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, bro.
that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you had a perfect entry.
The administration had the greatest inflation in the history of our country. And now, as you know, groceries are down, it's all down.
John, are you settling in for a long, is this going to be a long term? Are we looking months?
All they have to do is just vote to extend. We don't need it. We're not saying we want money. We don't. All we need is a right to extend. They want a right to extend, but they want $1.5 trillion so they can give it away to illegal immigrants, the people that are invading your cities. And many of these people, for whatever reason, I mean, I understood this, I called it a long time ago. These countries are run by people I know, friends of mine. Like, I know this gentleman. I hope you haven't sent, he probably did too, why not? There were people.
Yo, he is on it today.
They send the people from jails. And at best, the best ones they send up are people that don't work very hard and that are on a social form of welfare.
See, when he does shit like this, it makes them question his sanity, you know, his mental acuity, because like he isn't present in the moment. So, like why would you say some shit like that publicly?
And he pointed at Melee too. He said, I don't know, he might have sent them too. Who knows? He is no joke. He's not he's not
He's an
taking
old
any
man.
prisoners.
Just
Yeah.
rambling.
We shouldn't have to be doing that. We're doing a lot of work on getting people out of here. Tren de Aragua has caused tremendous damage, and our soldiers are great. You know, our soldiers are now based on merit. They're not based on woke, because we won the case in the Supreme Court, which was the bravest case. I have such respect for the Supreme Court because of what they did with merit, because our country was built on merit. Countries are destroyed on woke. You know, I made a statement, and I hated to make it because it sounded bad, but everything turns to you know what when it goes woke. You remember the term. I don't like to use it because you might have some children listening, but it turns bad. And we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. That's why he's here. That's why every other country wants to meet here too. But we only have so many hours in the day and days in the week. But
the hot girl on the block, you heard?
We were a dead country a year and a half ago, and now we have the hottest country.
Trump's better wind back on his hymn subscription.
Okay, any other questions?
Would you like to visit Argentina soon? There is an invitation for that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, let him go on and stray on off and let these 664s go right on in the money quietly.
Yes, sir.
I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden. I'd like to go to the beach. You know, my legs are not quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body is a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach, but I'm not going to take a chance. You won't see me in a bathing suit. You won't see me in a bathing suit sitting on a beach in Argentina falling down.
He just called himself fat, politically correct. He
Ticker ticker as
politically
well.
correctly called himself fat. That was insane. I like that.
Ticker CODI, Cody Diversified. That's the dodgy magnet play that seems to be running. I'll just give you guys a little bit of the Undefined Mystic penny check. He's one of the kind of the vocal advocates for this play. He's supposed to be doing a spaces about it at sometime this week with one of the Fin Discord stocky bros. So whenever that occurs this week, last time it occurred, they ran up about 15, 16% in the after hours. So I'm kind of positioned for that one, but this is another risky maneuver.
He's lost.
What was the ticker?
CODI, that's the Arnold Magnetic play with Shitco Laguna, the SEC violations. It's the sketchy one.
It's a horrible war. That's the biggest thing that's happened since World War II in terms of death. It's bigger than any of them. I settled 8 of them. The biggest is that in terms of death. Incredible. I think India, Pakistan had great potential. We did a great job of that one. But he's got to really settle this war. And you know, they have long lines waiting for gasoline in Russia right now. Right? They have long lines. Who thought that was going to happen? And all of a sudden, his economy is going to collapse. And I'd like to see him do well. I mean, I had a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin, but he just doesn't want to end that war. And I think it's making him look very bad. He could end it. He could end it quickly. And I have to tell you, I give credit because who would think that Ukraine could have fought Russia for 4 years to essentially a standstill? Now, there has been some early, before they knew what the hell was happening, because it happened quick. Biden should have never let that happen. That's a war that should have never happened, but it did. But it's not making Russia look good, I will tell you that.
Bull Bear, remember you were talking about yesterday's high, and we were just hanging out at it. Look at
Yeah.
yesterday's high now.
Ticker Home Depot 410 calls for March of next year. I'm gonna trim up 18%, 245 per contract. Home Depot 410 calls for next March.
Yes, because in this country they use tomahawks for the opposition. I don't do that. I'm much nicer. The Democrats would use them if they had the chance. They're sick people. Go ahead. This plan with Argentina can fail. Anything can fail. Anything can fail. You never know. That's why I say Putin should do something about the war, because so far, I mean, it's turned out to be very bad for him. But anything can. So this plan can fail. Sure, it can fail, but it's got a better chance. I would say, Scott, it's got a better chance of success than failure. And if it's successful, it's an unbelievable success. It can transform your country into greatness. It's got a great chance. We'd like to give it a chance. Anything can fail, but we'd like to give it a chance. And we think, because he's made so much progress. I mean, the work that he's done over the last 4 years is incredible. And it would be a shame to lose that progress. He's very close to having a big success.
Mr. President, will you consider removing new restrictions on the press that report at the Pentagon? And have you spoken to Secretary Hegseth about this?
I have. Well, he's finding. I think I can speak for him. I'll let him speak for himself. But I think he finds the press to be very disruptive in terms of world peace and maybe security for our nation. Press is very dishonest. Not you, but the press is very dishonest. You have something to say?
Well, I very much appreciate the question, because it was interesting to watch. We had a chance to go along on the historic trip of Middle East peace, which our generation of veterans never dreamed would be possible. So you would think that the Pentagon press corps of all press corps would be front and center across the board on wanting to give credit to the president for forging this kind of peace, and instead what they want to talk about is a policy about them, which simply says maybe the policy should look like the White House or other military installations where you have to wear.
Ticker ERJ. These $50 calls for January 2027, they're up 68%. I'm just going to move my stop up on those, and on the 50s for 2026 as well. Those are up 28%. ERJ.
Common sense stuff, Mr. President. We're trying to make sure national security is respected, and we're proud of the policy.
We have an option here.
Oh, and about the CODI, the Cody, the Compass Diversified, that one, it's Stock Talk Weekly that brings on Penny Check to talk about that. He did that last week, and that's where the major run up was.
Have more room. We have a beautiful, nice space. You can sit all by yourselves and have fun. Instead, you walk around the White House talking to anybody that can breathe. And but I find that when it comes to war, and now our great Department of War, we have some great people over there. I think it bothers me to have soldiers and even high-ranking generals walking around with you guys on their sleeve, asking them, because they can make a mistake, and a mistake can be tragic. They can do it instantly too. They can, and they're not press people. They don't really deal with the press, so they're not really necessarily good at it. Although I think it's mostly instinctual, one way or the other. You're either good at things or you're not. But I could see you being bothered by that. Mm-hmm. So you have them in an area and you treat them fairly, but they're not allowed to go into somebody's office and sit with them for 10 hours. Yes. Yeah. I can understand.
Boston had some street takeovers that we saw. Are you going to work with or try and work with the mayor of Boston? And then they have a World Cup. They have several World Cup games. I know Argentina does have World Cups. They have several World Cup games. Could those games move to cities that do work with you?
We could take them away. I love the people of Boston. I know the games are sold out. But your mayor is not good. There are worse than her. At least she's intelligent. Some are extremely low IQ. Those bother me more. She's intelligent, but she's radical left. And they're taking over parts of Boston. That's a pretty big statement, right? We could get them back in about 2 seconds. All she has to do is call us. We'll go in and take them back. But she's afraid to because she thinks it's bad politically. She could take them back too. The Boston police are great. I mean, I know them. They love me. She'll never tell them to go after Trump because they love me and I love them. And I got a tremendous police vote and military vote, and fireman vote, all of them. No, I think she is hurting Boston. The answer is yes. If somebody is doing a bad job, and if I feel there's unsafe conditions, I would call Johnny, the head of FIFA, who's phenomenal, and I would say, let's move it to another location. And he would do that. He wouldn't love to do it, but he'd do it. Very easily he'd do it. And this is the right time to do it. If I thought Boston was doing something that was going to cause safety conditions for the World Cup, I could say the same thing for the Olympics, because we have events that are in different locations for the Olympics. It's based in LA. If I thought LA was not going to be prepared properly, I would move it to another location if I had to. On that one, I'd probably have to get a different kind of a permission, but we would do that. Gavin Newsom, he's got to get his act together, because had we not gone in at the beginning of my term, had we not gone in with a very strong, powerful force, they would have lost LA. Now, you already lost 25,000 houses to fires. You got a big scar right in the middle of the city. And that should have never happened, because they should have had the water flowing in from the Pacific Northwest. All they had to do is open up the valves. He didn't want to do it. And he didn't want to do it. He says for environmental reasons. I don't believe that. But, for some reason, he didn't want to do it. Lost 25,000. He had no water in the fire pumps. He had no water in the sprinkler systems in the ceilings. There were no houses. Normally, the things would go on. You might not have lost 2 houses. So if he doesn't play ball, we're going to have to be very tough with him. He's done a bad job. Just to finish off on that, so when we went in, we did a phenomenal job. We went in with great force, and that was the end of it. We put it out. We extinguished that fire, which was agitation, and it was a very dangerous position to be in. And we went in and did a great job. But the chief, said we could have never done this without President Trump and without the federal government coming in. Okay, that was it. He said that. Now, 2 or 3 weeks later, he said, we could have done it, but he knows he couldn't. The city was going to be taken over if I didn't go in. And you have to remember that. Los Angeles was going to be taken over. And we have it where the chief said it, I believe, numerous times, but that was as it was happening. That was a rough one. That was nasty. And if we saw a situation like that, we'd be forced to make a move. Boston better clean up their act.
All right, so he's rumbling on now. But that's it for me for the guys' day. For the guys' day. Yeah, that's it
Yeah,
for me for the day, guys.
that's it for today.
Yes, sir. That's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good trading day today.